humongous, but you have that long tail of sometimes tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, small suppliers. So we actually crunched the numbers, and we talked about this earlier at COP, but we looked at 1,000 companies in the world with some sort of net zero or reduction target today. And we looked at what are the overall greenhouse gas emissions of those companies in scope 1, 2, and 3. Turns out that they equate to around 80% of global emissions. So we all know about the UN emissions gaps report, right? I mean, the commitments of countries are not enough. Thing is that if you look at the commitments of businesses, and especially their value chain, this is like amazing news. If those 1,000 large businesses just follow through with their net zero commitments, and especially in the value chain, like we can solve climate change. But that is the big thing, right? Going back to those 400 million businesses again, and the reduction that we need to go through. You have some sort of pledge if you look at those companies. Okay, what is the, where will we go if all of those emissions are followed through? But turns out that it might not be so positive after all. And a reason for that is what we call the accuracy gap. Today, a minority of companies actually include scope 3 and the value chain in their net zero targets at all with integrity. So that is a huge problem. This is why accuracy is a huge problem. We have this huge reduction potential of 80% if you just take 1,000 businesses. But in order for that to be fulfilled, we need to bridge that accuracy gap where value chains are actually properly included in those net zero targets. So what is the reason? What is the reason for this non-inclusion of value chains in net zero targets, which is really threatening the integrity of those targets? Well, first of all, it is an accuracy gap in terms of carbon accounting and calculations. And we see this over and over again, that most businesses fail to adequately calculate and account for a proper baseline in their scope 3. And there's several figures that shows and highlight this fact. And that leads to underreporting in the end of the day. So the carbon disclosures that you see in the emission reports of a lot of businesses end up not being the full picture because they exclude the value chain. And that, in the end, leads to those insufficient targets where value chains are not seriously being taken into account in those net zero commitments, even though they need to be according to the definition of net zero. And this is not just good for, the ethics of it. It is also good for business in the end of the day. So here is a couple of figures of that. 12 trillion in annual revenues are being unlocked for the transition by 2030. So there's a huge advantage to be had of being early in that transitions. And then you also have the consumer sentiment. Most consumers are willing to pay a premium for products that are deemed sustainable. And then thirdly, there's the employment engagement aspect, where over 50% of employees are drawn to firms with some sort of, environmental policies with teeth. So the way we work to bridge this accuracy gap in Normative is in three ways. So we make sure that the companies that we work with have comprehensive coverage. So we account for every single invoice, every single input and output of the business to make sure we have that comprehensive coverage. We also work with that in a very automated way that is integrated into the ERP systems of our clients. And then thirdly, we need to do this with scientific integrity, where you can actually trust the numbers in the end of the day. So that was to set the scene a little bit of why accuracy is really important to the integrity of the entire idea of net zero and for that to stay alive. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, Christian, for giving this overview. You can hold on to the microphone for just 1 second. I have a follow-up question. So there's also a risk if we don't close the accuracy gap in terms of the integrity and the business credibility and the net zero targets and the whole industry going down for greenwash. What are your reactions to that and how do you view that?
To me, this is incredibly worrying because it's not just worrying that businesses greenwash in the first place. It's, I think, in worrying to the entire integrity of the project of net zero. I mean, right now, people around the world are starting to question, like, does it even mean anything if someone says they're net zero? And that will decrease incentives for companies to set net zero targets in the first place. So I'm really kind of genuinely worried that it might just be seen as, you know, one of those cute CSR things in the end of the day if we don't close that accuracy gap.
Thank you for that reflection. We're going to have you back in a minute on stage, but for now you can sit down and rest your legs for a moment. We have some businesses that have joined us online for today's discussion. So first up we have Lisa Bolin from Polestar, Climate Lead, who will join us. Let's see if we can get her up on the big screen. So, Lisa from Polestar, let's see if we can get the technology working. I don't think it would be a real session without some technical issues. Let's see. While we're waiting for Lisa, I can introduce the companies that we have coming.
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you and see you. Wonderful.
Maybe I need to speak to be able to be on the big screen. I don't know. So I'll have to keep talking without any pause at all.
Thank you. And exactly. Okay. So the question that we've asked you for today is what is the key issue with accurate data reporting and how can it be fixed? So please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. So first of all, my name is Lisa Bolin and I'm working as Climate Lead at Polestar. Quickly, I will just say something about Polestar. We are an EV brand. We're only making electric vehicles, and we have been around as a standalone company for about 3 years. And so we created our baseline in reporting in 2020, which is quite maybe unusual for because many companies started earlier than that. But we were not a company until then, so we had to start at that point. So Christian was mentioning the scope of climate reporting and climate, what climate emissions you as a company actually take responsibility for. And I think that is the first step. We have a target to become net zero in 2040 and also to halve emissions per sold car in 2030. And we include scope 1, 2, 3 in our reporting, and that includes, of course, the supply chains, but also the use of our products downstream. And this means that our absolute biggest contributors to emissions that we as a company take responsibility for is the supply chains, the scope 3 upstreams, we can call it, and the use of our product, because not every customer is able to charge only renewable electricity, right? So there are still emissions connected to the use of our products. This means that in that sense, I think to set the scope correctly, that's just something that you have to do. And I think that is the easy part, maybe, to take that responsibility. But the big challenge that we see is that to get proper data from supply chain. And why do we need that? I mean, we can use public or databases with LCA data and so on to calculate the emissions connected to our supply chain. But if we want to see the actual changes, that we implement and the effects of those, then we of course need to know the real baseline, not only some generic data. So this is something that is really a challenge, because that's a huge amount of data that needs to be collected. And therefore, well, we also need to work with other indicators. We cannot wait with actions until we have the full data set, right? So this is something that I really want to point out, that we know the drivers for climate neutrality, right? Efficiency, renewable energy. So these we can work with in our supply chains and set KPIs for those, even if we don't have every supplier being able to report in the whole value chain, being able to report their carbon emissions. I mean, there is no problem for us to get the carbon emissions from our tier 1 suppliers, but very few of our emissions are actually connected to tier 1 suppliers. They are usually further down the supply chains. And we cannot wait until we have perfect reporting down in tier 2, 3, and 4. We have to act now. And that's why we put, for example, KPIs like renewable energy, percent of renewable energy in the supply chain, because we know that drives a positive change. So, yeah, I think that it's important to think about why we do the reporting. What is the aim, right? The aim itself is not to report. It doesn't have a value in itself. The aim is to make changes that leads us to minimize or eliminate the emissions. So, yeah, as an example, we have a lot of our supply chains in China, and it isn't easy for us always to get suppliers downstream in the value chains, if you call it like that, or upstream, I don't know, to report perfect climate reporting according to greenhouse gas protocol. So we need to use this kind of indicators as well to be able to drive a change. Yeah, I think maybe, I don't know if you have more questions or I should just keep talking.
I have a follow-up question, but we also have a schedule to keep and many businesses that will share their examples. So I thank you for the great example that you shared and how you work. I really take with me, start acting now. Don't wait to be perfect, but start engaging. So it's not just a reporting exercise, but you actually follow through with what you worked with. But I'd be very curious to hear from you. What's the response when you do engage their value chain? What have you heard from the suppliers that you work with in terms of the demands that you set on them?
It's the whole spectrum, I will say. I mean, we're not alone in putting certain requirements on suppliers, even further down the supply chains. So, I mean, if we talk about big aluminium suppliers, smelters, big steel suppliers, of course, many of them have heard similar requirements before, probably. So they are not shocked. That doesn't mean that they can always live up to requirement. But so it's absolutely very different. Smaller suppliers can be frustrated. But the important thing that we don't present the requirement and just then leave them with that and just solve that the best you can. We have to support as well, and we try to do that as much as we can to really see how we can work together. Because if you look at, for example, aluminium, steel, and battery suppliers, those are the suppliers that will, how to say, if they don't decarbonize, we can never reach our goals. So it just makes sense for us to really engage with them and collaborate rather than just put forward a requirement and let them trying to solve it the best they can. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that and for joining us here today at COP27. Moving on to our next speaker, we have Stina Klingvall from Volvo Cars, Manager Climate Action. Stina, addressing the same question, the key issues with accurate data reporting and how it can be fixed.
Yes, thank you, and hello everyone. So as was alluded to in the presentation here in the beginning, for OEMs and many other companies, our value chain emissions, our scope 3 emissions, are actually the absolute majority of emissions. And for Volvo Cars, our scope 3 emissions up and downstream are actually over 99% of our total emissions. So it's of course our absolute highest priority to work on the emissions up and downstream our value chain. And we have set the ambition to be a climate neutral company by 2040. And we've also committed to becoming a fully electric company by 2030 to tackle the emissions in our value chain. But also we know that is not enough. We also need to work in our supply chain, as Elisa talked about. We have the key emission sources in our supply chain is steel, aluminium, and batteries. And to drive those emissions down, we are collaborating with, for example, SSAB, who I know are also here today, and Northvolt and others to really collaborate and work together to drive down these emissions as much as possible. But I wanted to also mention, sort of connecting to the presentation here before, that just setting ambitious targets is not enough either. That is perhaps why we see that so many companies are setting net zero targets, climate neutrality targets, but still emissions continue to increase. So what we see is that targets that are set need to be really integrated into the operating model of the company. We need to work with them in our daily business and make sure that CO2 is actually integrated in all company decisions throughout our entire processes, to make sure that we always know the CO2 impact of decisions we take, and that we are able to forecast where we are heading in the future, so we know the impact of our emissions from the decisions we take on the daily basis. Much like cost is always integrated in decisions, CO2 has to be as well. So that is something that we see is very important for actually being able to reach these emission reduction targets that are being set by so many. And we see that too few companies are talking about today how to actually operationalize the CO2 targets and get it into the strategy. And this looks very different for different companies, of course. For some, like we mentioned, aluminium producers, for example, perhaps it is one very big investment decision that has to be taken. But for other companies with a very broad product portfolio, there might be a lot of many small decisions. So this is something that we really need to talk more about, I feel, as businesses, how we operationalize the targets. And in all of this, when it comes to standards and accuracy in reporting, that is, of course, a crucial prerequisite to be able to take the right decisions and make the right actions towards reducing emissions. So, for example, we have set an internal carbon price of 1,000 SEK per ton, that is around 100 euro per ton. But to be able to act on this, we need to make sure that we can trust the data that we get from suppliers. As Lisa mentioned as well, there are, of course, a lot of different suppliers in the value chains, and we need to be able to compare and be confident about those emissions of different suppliers to be able to take the right decisions in our purchasing and in our sourcing. So that is something that is a very important aspect of the accuracy in reporting and also standardization. And in a wider perspective, we also want to see common LCA standards for products such as cars, so that it's possible to compare two different products to each other, for not least for stakeholders and investors, for customers, but also for consumers, so they are able to understand which of two products are actually the most sustainable and use their purchasing power to go for the more sustainable option. And that is something that is very difficult today, much because of this sort of unaligned reporting and standardization. So that is another point which I think is very important to highlight in this context. And lastly, I just want to say that we really would like to see a big step being taken in terms of reporting accuracy and standardization, because it would help reward those who are making good progress and increase transparency, which is very much needed.
Thank you for that. Increased transparency for sure, and also picking up what you said about the challenge with working with your supply chain and the accuracy in the data coming from businesses that might be smaller than yours, that might not have the same resources than you do. Fully understand that. But I want to ask you a question as well in terms, you talk a lot about the action and starting to working actively. Is there an innovation gap for you to meet your action targets? And is that something that you're working with to have the solutions in place also to make those reductions that are required for your business?
Yeah, that's a great question. And of course there is, because we have set the climate neutrality target for 2040, but we know there are a lot of sort of materials, for example, mentioning perhaps electronics, where the solutions to reach climate neutrality or reach net zero are not there. And I mean, so much has happened in the last couple of years when it comes to, for example, steel, who is really on a transition journey right now. But there's a lot of other sectors that are very hard to abate, as they're usually called, where the solutions are not yet there. So I think that innovation gap is definitely there, and it is something that I think we will talk a lot more about in the coming years. But as well, I want to say that for some of our major emission sources, when it comes to, as we mentioned, steel, aluminium, batteries, and also electricity, of course, the solutions are there. So we can do very much with the solutions that are existing or are on the way of becoming commercial. So yes, there is an innovation gap, but there is a lot that can be done.
I love that. A lot that can be done. That might be the theme that goes throughout the session today. Now we have Jenny Janfeldt Nord from Einride, ESG Director from the Business Sweden studio. Welcome. Same question to you.
Thank you. Super happy to be here. So my name is Jenny, and for those who don't know who Einride are, we are a freight technology company providing shipping solutions based on electric, autonomous, and digital technology. Now, the transportation industry has been, let's call it, slow in adapting to new technologies and also in reducing emissions. And we need to rethink today's logistics system to create a green and smart transportation ecosystem, and that's what we do at Einride. But then talking about the challenges and key issues with climate data reporting, I'll mention three. The first one, of course, being the challenge of the largest emissions for most companies are in their indirect scope, as previous speakers have talked. I think we just heard 99% from Volvo Cars. But we think it's really important to we think that we have an opportunity to impact these emissions as well. So with an open and transparent dialogue with our upstream supply chain partners and our downstream customers, we can have actions that lead to carbon emission reductions, we can have actions that lead to cost saving, and we can also have actions that could potentially lead to revenue opportunities. The second challenge I want to mention is, of course, the different standards. So there are many different standards, and I agree that we need to have a common standard, but I also think that we need to have a common methodology within the standard. So within transport emissions, it's possible to choose your methodology within the standard, making it really difficult for us in supplier selection, but also for investors looking to compare companies. And the third issue I wanted to mention is primary data. It should be the preferred data. And it's important, in addition to your annual emissions, to look at the whole life cycle of your emissions, which is what we offer our customers. And I know measuring Scope 3 is tricky, to say the least, but I think that it's important to remember that we need to take action. We need to reduce emissions and we need to mitigate them. I mean, that's the focus. We've been hearing from previous speakers, we know where the hotspots are, and now's the time for action. So the road freight industry accounts for 8% of global emissions today, and electrifying road transport will significantly reduce that. And with our intelligent solutions, we can provide our customers with accurate, transparent, and primary data. So those are my key issues for today. Leaving it back to you.
Thank you very much for sharing that with us. So I'm a little bit curious, when you have these discussions, you're mentioning that you're part of others' value chains with the solution that you're offering. Is it more a requirement saying that we need this from you, or is it more a business opportunity that you win business because you are one step ahead when it comes to your data and the solution that you're providing?
Yeah, I think it's actually both. I mean, having a really close relationship with your suppliers can lead to many different things. And the same goes with having a really close dialogue with your customers and jointly looking at reducing emissions, but also opportunities.
Thank you. Staying in the Business Sweden studio now from Stockholm, we have with us Erika Sundell, Impact Manager at Doconomy. So key issues with accurate data reporting and how can it be fixed from your perspective?
Thank you. Also happy to be invited to this event, and thank you for very good perspectives from all of you here today. Yeah, so I represent the solution provider and digital tools that can be used to calculate footprints, and we are actually at Doconomy very much dependent on this reported data by companies, and that it is accurate and complete data available, because that's the foundation of the tools that we're providing. When we do our calculations, we actually use the reported data by companies that is out there. So this is key to us, that this is improved. I mean, both the available data, the amount of data that is reported, but also the quality, of course. So it's a very important topic. But I think one thing that I want to highlight also, there are many pieces of the puzzle, of course, for this very complex question. But that's also what we're really after here is progress, right? So it's not just good data itself, but it's actually progress and reduction of emissions. And I think today we are seeing too little of focus on that. We see a lot of focus on targets that are set by companies, but I'm missing the focus on the progress, publicly available monitoring and attention to what's actually happening within the companies after they set the target and seeing the progress. I mean, even if there's lack in the data, there's still some data there. And I think we can see the trends already if we would start scrutinizing the reported data that is already out there. It would be really interesting to see more of that. We can see some reports sometimes looking at sectors, how they're developing, but more focus on the companies also. We know a lot about the financial data and how that's progressing on company level, but not so much about the environmental data. And I think that should be much more balanced, because this is really, really crucial information for the public, for everyone to see. So that's one perspective I think I want to highlight. Then, of course, we know that there is increasing regulations coming, which is very, very good and important. Policies are changing quite fast, and I agree what's already been mentioned here, that standardized methodology is really important, and trying to have the new regulations coming as sort of similar as possible globally, of course, that would be very helpful. But I think we will see, due to this change, a lot of increased data reporting, which is good, and as mentioned, very welcomed. And that in turn will hopefully help all of these companies. As you mentioned, it's very difficult to get good data from, for example, your supply chain. So hopefully that will increase and improve when you get more suppliers actually reporting the data due to the new regulations coming. So that's something I'm hoping to see. And then, of course, one part is responsibility as well. We mentioned it already, but even if there is standards and there are regulations coming, it's up to the companies, but also us as solution providers to make sure that we really follow these regulations and these standards properly, and that we hold the high quality that is, I think, that we should expect from also the environmental data, not just the financial data. So, yeah, we all need to pitch in here to do what we can already.
Thank you. I would actually like to follow up with a question. So standardization is something I take with me, data integrity and the precision of data, that's something that we discuss a lot as well with the economy. But what's the role of collaborations and kind of forming partnerships in all of this? I know you worked a lot with that. Can you comment on it?
Yeah, that's of course. I mean, that's also key, because that's also part of transparency. If we all work together with sort of the knowledge and the perspectives that we have, I think we will speed up this change much more. And we all have different angles, different information, different competence. So the more we work together, of course, and in a transparent way, the better. It's time to sort of just be very open about what we have and what we don't have, the gaps, and start sharing more. I think that's really important here.
Thank you. That was the contribution we had from our digital panel. It's time to move on to the next part of the session. We have with us today, we get Christian back on the stage, CEO and co-founder of Normative. We have Martin Pei, Chief Technology Officer at SSAB, Anders Egelrud, CEO of Stockholm Exergy, and Sean Mallon, Global Lead for Climate Business Network at WWF. Welcome. So we have one microphone for you to share. And I will start with your first question. Hearing how they were working with closing the accuracy gap, engaging value chains, what is your kind of first reaction? We saw some common challenges, right? Data coming from the supply chain, how do you engage them? How do you trust the data coming up? Because that's at the end of the day what your business is measured on. Do you want to comment on it, Martin, from your perspective? Obviously, you have a complex value chain to work with.
Yes, I can start. Thank you for inviting us to this panel. We have been working for many years very hard along the value chain, because as we heard from both Polestar and Volvo Cars, steel is extremely important material for them. And we are a steel company, and we are dependent on cooperating with our partners. We can solve our part of the emission problem, but we need to really collaborate with the whole value chain. So our scope 1 and scope 2 that we can work to cut to almost zero, that we have shown that with a hybrid technology that we have developed jointly with LKB Vattenfall, we can take away the root cause of CO2 emission when making steel from iron ore. Instead of emitting worldwide 7% of carbon dioxide, the technology we developed jointly with using fossil-free hydrogen that produces water as a byproduct. And I have actually a bottle of water from the hybrid pilot plant trials. And this can be recycled, of course, and this can be possible to drink again. So that really takes away the big portion of need for decarbonization along the value chain. So then our customers like Volvo Group, Volvo Cars and Polestar and others, when they use the fossil-free steel, they get rid of that emission. So working with this type of collaborations jointly, that is the key for the whole society to solve the climate challenge. And that we believe is extremely important. Collaboration is really what we need to do.
Fully agree. Collaboration keeps coming back as a theme. Christian, I'm going to pass a kind of tough question for you. I like tough questions. I hope you do too. So many argue that we fixed normal accounting, financial accounting. Why haven't we fixed carbon accounting yet?
First of all, fixing normal accounting took us around 600 years. I mean, it was first introduced, double entry bookkeeping, 600 years ago in Venice by merchants. It was standardized around 100 years ago, and together with that standardization, we built a whole auditing industry around it, and then it was digitized maybe 40 years ago for the first time. And we need to do all of that, you know, in only a few years. So that is the answer. But I think we can do it because we have the blueprint of how to do it, right? I mean, we need the accounting standard that creates standardized disclosures. We need standards for how the data is audited to assure quality. We know how to build all of those things because we already have the blueprint.
Yes, Sean, I see you want to jump in.
Yeah, it's just worth noting that it's in their benefit to have good financial accounting systems. It's not in their benefit to have good carbon accounting. So most companies don't want to add a layer of scrutiny onto their work to show there's always a negative association with carbon emissions. So they want to hide this. They don't want to do this. So that's why we do need legislation to make it mandatory. So we have to even that playing field, basically.
And following up on that, I mean, we talked about legislation, which is kind of the stick end of things, but there's also the carrot, the business opportunity. Martin, do you want to comment on that, what you see the business opportunity is for you to be at the forefront when it comes to carbon reductions?
Yes, definitely. For the steel industry, which is extremely important for the whole modern society, because we need steel to almost everything. To make drinking water, to produce electricity, to build buildings, airports, and so on. So we need steel. But currently the steel industry has been part of the problem because of this very big emission. Now we see really, with this innovation, the technology solution, we see new business opportunities. Now with this fossil-free steel, we can take away our Scope 1, Scope 2 emissions. Volvo cars and Polestar and others, they can solve a big part of their Scope 3 emissions. So we create a lot of business opportunities along the value chain. So that is extremely important to see. This is not a burden for us, it is a new opportunity for the whole industry.
That is absolutely a great comment, that your business opportunity also trickles on becoming others' business opportunities, the kind of rings on the water, spreading the positive work that is being done. Do you want to follow up on that, Anders? You are obviously at the heart of many value chains. How do you see this role, and how do you work as being that supply chain partner?
Maybe first of all, I mean, essential for everything is carbon and energy. Without carbon and energy, you have nothing. So as an energy supplier, of course, we have early realized that we need to do the reduction so that we can have green energy. But when we are doing that journey, we can also realize that that's not enough. That will not be enough to meet the Paris Agreement. We need to continue, and there will be residuals for each and one of us, which will be very, very hard to abate. And that was actually the starting point of our journey, to see how can we actually also create removal from energy production. And that's what we are actually are doing in our project, where carbon capture from biogenic CO2 can be stored permanently for 40,000 years. And then coming to climate calculations, I think that is one of our starting point, but we could clearly see that our Scope 1 then reductions, they will be negative. If we are taking away CO2 from the flue gases, we will have negative Scope 1 emissions. And of course, how will they be measured then in the Scope 3 emissions for other companies? Because there will be residuals in many sectors and in many companies, and also in household. So I think the accuracy of calculating is of crucial importance, because otherwise we will just fool ourselves. We think we are climate neutral. We see so many companies set up a target of being climate neutral, and I'm just wondering, how can that be possible? Because if I only produce green electricity in our company, we are not climate neutral. So how can then other companies be there? So I think then this calculation is crucial to show also that we need two trajectories. One, the trajectory is for reducing fossil emissions, and the other trajectory is actually to remove fossil or remove CO2 from the atmosphere. So that's my input.
Can I add quickly to that?
Sure.
So I talk a lot about the curse of multiplicativity when it comes to carbon offsets and carbon removals. And that is related to what you just said. We have today a lot of companies that are claiming to be carbon neutral, but they do so on a faulty baseline. So they might not include all of their emissions in the baseline. That is the basis for the carbon offsets. And then, the carbon that they're releasing, that will stay in the atmosphere for, thousands of years. And they might plant trees that might only be around for, 5, 20, 10 years. It depends on the project, right? So it's not comparable. So if you multiply those, you account for 10% of your overall emissions, and then the carbon offsets that you buy actually only remove a tenth or a hundredth of what it's supposed to be. You might have companies today that claim to be carbon neutral, but they've only moved, 0.1% of their overall emissions. So we need standardized in all chains. We need it on the removal side. We certainly need it on the carbon accounting side and everything else that I've talked about.
And Christian, I'd like to follow up with a question to you here as well. We work with many businesses across different sectors. Can you talk a little bit about how you see the classic net zero journey is for a business and the kind of work and hotspots that they have to engage with?
Yeah, so I'm more than happy to do that, obviously. I mean, the most important thing is to get, a good enough baseline. I mean, I've talked about accuracy a lot here, but I also actually agree with a few of the previous speakers said. We can't let perfection be the enemy of good. Accuracy is only useful to the extent that it gives you the right insights of the actions that you take. Data is not going to solve the problem. It is the actions that are based on data that are going to solve the problem. So our approach is, first of all, we assure completeness of scope. We do that by analyzing the invoices of all of our clients. That's basically the inputs and outputs of the business, right? So then you get some sort of hotspot of what might the largest suppliers or the largest categories be. Then the important part is to engage them, because in the end, your scope 3 emissions is just the sum of the scope 1 emissions of your value chain. So you need to engage them and make sure that they switch to renewable types of energy. They switch to steel that is free from carbon, concrete, and all of those new technologies that are being developed. And that is how you do it in the end of the day. And it's not something that you can do over a day. I mean, value chains take for many enterprises several decades to build. So to decarbonize them will take several decades as well. So you need to start with the right actionable insights so you get the most bang for the buck if you are going to pour, billions and billions in this decarbonization journey.
And can you give a concrete example of someone we worked with to close this accuracy gap and get that accuracy in data?
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, so we're worked with Hitachi Rail, SAB recently announced that we're working with Nordea, Flying Tiger, and Vitamin Well, and many others. We worked with hundreds of businesses and thousands of suppliers.
Thank you. And Sean, coming back to you again, being a smaller business, being part of someone's value chain may not always be easy. We've seen data from the SME Climate Hub, for example, that the biggest obstacle for smaller business to take action is lack of resources and lack of knowledge. So it's not easy. We're talking about here big businesses that are tackling this problem, but they might have at least 5 or sometimes even thousands of people working with sustainability within the organization. Many suppliers do not have that. How can we help them?
absolutely. It's education is the key on this. So WWF published a report recently called Emission Possible, which was designed to help suppliers learn how to do this. We took it from the simplest approach. This is what you do. This is how you do it. This is the platform you should use. We need to be really clear with these people because small suppliers, as you say, they only have 5 or 6 staff, maybe that. Some of them, we had farmers who were being asked to input 40 pages of climate data. So we need to streamline what we're asking of them, simplify it down to a few core messages, core questions we need to get, and then hopefully unify our questions as well across brands so they're not getting different data requests from different people. But resources like Emission Possible, they're set up to do this. So thank you.
Thank you. Martin, coming back to you, what's the biggest pushback that you've heard from your value chain, the biggest obstacles that you found in terms of engaging them?
In our case, we have had a great collaboration from the start. We engaged with LKB and Vattenfall, started the hybrid initiative back in 2016, and we have run a significantly program of R&D, and we have come very far. And when we started, there were a lot of skepticism from the industry. Many companies who use steel were worried that this product would be too expensive and so on. But we have found great companies like Volvo Group who have used the first fossil-free steel we delivered to them and built big machines, trucks, construction machines that actually are running in southern Sweden, for example. They have delivered now, just recently, trucks made the frame from this fossil-free steel to big companies like Amazon. So this value chain works. There are still people that believe this is going to be too tough, but we are very convinced. We will find good collaborating partners, and this will be a business opportunity for all involved in the value chain. So, of course, a lot of work needs to be done, but technology there. And coming back to the question regarding reporting, data accuracy, transparency, and so on, we believe is extremely important because now there is no common standard for what can be called near zero emission steel. There are plenty of companies launching green steel branding initiatives that are, many cases, very questionable. We are not really working in that direction. We want to do the real change. We do the real innovation, and we take it with emissions. And that is all what we need to do. Because to save the climate, we can't do it just only by showing figures. We need to take with emissions. We do it in this way, and Russia is doing another way. This is where it actually makes difference.
Yes, we can't negotiate with climate. But just as in carbon accounting and carbon reporting, there is a lot of greenwash fears in terms of doing it the wrong way, in terms of not getting the accuracy in the data, but also in the carbon offset space. How do you kind of help and guide to make the more, like Christian was talking about, the more permanent, the more sustainable carbon capture solutions?
I think this.
It's okay, you can talk.
I can talk. Okay, this is a very relevant topic you bring up. I think there are no framework today for removal, which are a guiding principle worldwide, which actually sets the standard. Article 6, which will be hugely debated during COP27, I really hope that there will be a set of principles which actually can guide standards going forward, so that we can all call it aligned and understand that this is not a way forward which are greenwashing. This is actually creating permanently removal of carbon, which is the heritage we have actually created during 150 years or more than that. So when I look at the challenges of actually creating removal as a standard in the world, we need to set the framework, and Article 6, of course, is important there. The scope reduction, the scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 is crucially important. There will be a new release of the scope this year, and negative emissions will be included in scope 1. That's necessary. And then you can see, okay, the national framework and the national also regulation needs to be put in place. Today, for instance, it's not allowed to transport carbon dioxide in liquid form from Sweden to Norway and permanently store it. So this kind of also regulation needs to be in place. But I'm really optimistic because 5 years ago we were not talking about this at all. Today we all know it's totally necessary if we should reach the agreement going forward.
Yes, thank you for clarifying that. Standardization also when it comes to carbon reporting is really key, so we don't get the Wild West out there when you cannot compare businesses' sustainability efforts. Christian, is the path to net zero the same for all industries, or are they very different depending on who you're representing?
I want to be brief because I believe that you wanted to follow up on the previous point here. But of course, it's different for different industries. It all depends, on if you're. It might be steel might be a huge thing if you're a car manufacturer, for instance. Concrete will be a huge thing if you build buildings. Something that is common, though, for every single industry is that energy is always a huge thing. But I think, other than that, there is not that many patterns. Like most value chains are unique, and you need to really do the proper mapping and hotspotting to know where you will get the most bang for the buck and what suppliers to engage with to decarbonize as effectively as possible.
I just wanted to follow up. We were talking about the fears of greenwashing, and it's just important. That's a very good thing that there's a fear of greenwashing. We need companies to be afraid of these nebulous claims they make that don't materialize to anything. This is the only way we've found to hold them to account. It's a social contract. So in the absence of government legislation, we can challenge brands in this. The best way to overcome it is to be good. Don't lie. Don't brag about something tiny when you've got something horrible happening over on the other side of the room. Just clarity, transparency, and not lying is the key. So,
thank you for that. And last year, Normative went at COP talking a lot about the involuntary greenwashing, that many businesses had the right intention to do well, but it ended up on bad data, bad reporting, and ended up not in the way the intentions were framed to be. But I think this year we can say we're past that. We have that knowledge. There is still a lot of good intention, but we know the work that has to be done. We know we cannot, cheat with the accuracy. We need to have the full accounting in place in order for it to work. We have a little bit left of this session, so if there's any questions from the audience, then raise a hand and we will let you in. Yes, I'm coming down to you. Please state your name and the organization that you represent.
Hello everyone, my name is Ersin Ercan. I am working in Turkish Standard Institution. I would like to ask a question to Kristen. Which standards do you use for carbon calculation? There are lots of standards, as you know. Which standard do you prefer to carbon calculation?
We use the Greenhouse Gas Protocol standard, and most other standards out there, regardless if it's CDP, TCFD, or the new disclosure regulations in the EU, refers to the Greenhouse Gas Protocol standard. That being said, the Greenhouse Gas Protocol standard have many flaws in the sense that it doesn't produce comparable results between legal entities. And that is quite crucial in order to create the right market incentives, right? So, the only reason we have a financial market at all is because of that invention of double entry bookkeeping 600 years ago that I referred to before, that enables investors to see the P&L of this company is comparable to the P&L of this company. So I have the right data to make, the right decisions. And we need the equivalent of carbon emissions. And there's a couple of initiatives out there that are trying to address this. The Carbon Call, for instance, Pathfinder initiative within the World Business Council of Sustainable Development. We work with those initiatives in many cases in order to push carbon accounting forward to be finally comparable, because right now it isn't.
Thank you for that, Christian. Any more questions from the audience? Anyone that would like to raise something? A silent audience. Well, I have more questions, so that is not a problem. So we talked about the accuracy gap today, and you started with the commitment gap. Can you tell us, Christian, how does this all link together? How does it come together with commitments, accuracy, and action?
Well, yeah, so that's a really good question. I mean, there is certainly a commitment gap today, especially when it comes to the commitment of governments. And again, we have to kind of be aware that by design, the commitments, the net zero commitments of corporations are somewhat more ambitious because they take the scope 3 into account, which is not the default of governmental commitments. So that means that the commitment gap of the corporate business world might not be that big because of some of the numbers that I showed, that if everyone takes scope 3 seriously. But again, what we want is action. Right now we have a huge action gap. I mean, we have tons of businesses that are committed to net zero, but committing is the easy part. Following through with the commitment on a year-to-year basis is the hard part. And in order to do that, you need accurate numbers. You need accurate numbers to see, okay, my carbon emissions, are they being reduced on a year-to-year basis? Because you can't negotiate with planets, we need to slash our emissions approximately in half by the next decade. And so I think that's how it all fits together. We need a commitment gap to be filled, but we need the accuracy gap to be filled in order to fill the action gap.
Thank you. Sean, coming on to you. You worked with, you have a look at many businesses and have that kind of umbrella perspective as well. What do you think is the biggest obstacle and opportunity here with closing the accuracy gap for small businesses?
Increased revenue is the easiest thing I can say out loud to make people look up and pay attention. But if we've seen companies prioritizing contractors or who they're going to hire or who they're going to work with based on sustainability metrics now. So it's in their interest to have clear and transparent data so people can see, okay, that looks good. We've also seen companies de-risk companies off their supply chain list because they weren't performing on sustainability metrics. So if they want to go forward, sustainability is the best thing they can do to kind of confirm that.
Yes, I fully agree with that. And especially seeing the wave that we have with companies that are doing the right type of sustainability work. If you don't, there is a high risk that you get left behind and lose out on those business opportunities. So the question is not if, but can you potentially survive without doing the right type of work? Moving to you, Martin. So what is your key recommendation, having done all this work now, for those getting started now, early in the journey? Where should they begin?
Yes, I completely agree with Christian here regarding the gap of action. We need really to do the quick action now because the climate can't wait. At SHAB, we have decided now within the coming 8 years, take away 10% of Sweden's CO2 emission, 7% of Finland's CO2 emission. We are going to move ahead with those investments because that is extremely important for ourselves, but also for our customers who are waiting to get this deal. We heard earlier from Volvo Cars and Polestar, for example. So for us, really work with the difficulty we have today. Permit is a big issue for us, both in Sweden and Finland. We really need to run fast. Here we need the engagement from the government, from the society, and from everybody involved so that we can quickly move ahead with the big investment program we launched. Second, standardization, important, because we need to have credibility, what we talk about. Green steel or near zero emissions, what it is. So we get credible trust in the society. And then the last but most important one is we need to create a level playing field in order for companies like us who are front runners move first are not punished because of not a level playing field. And this is a few of the key preconditions that will enable a quick transition.
Thank you. And just adding to that, at Normative, when we work with our customers to close this accuracy gap, one very good example is, for example, MTC. When starting to use Normative, the accuracy gap wasn't 80% like we're presenting on the slide, it was 400%. Emissions they just didn't know about or didn't capture in their calculations. And when you have that knowledge, you can start taking the right actions. You can identify the hotspot that makes the biggest difference for your business and engage them actively. So that is really, really crucial. And another example is, for example, Flying Tiger, that realized that, you know, one of their biggest emitters was actually due to the materials that they were using. So by actively working with it, swapping materials, they were able to reduce their emissions. And these success stories, and also hearing how you're working and how everyone is engaging, is such a great knowledge. But then again, Christian is saying that your value chain is unique, so until you've had that mapping done and identified what your unique case is, then you don't have the real knowledge to start acting on the accuracy. Closing up, let's end on a positive note. We talked about the action gap. The good thing is we know it exists, which means we have the power to address it. So what is your final takeaway, and what will you go away and do after this session? Maybe slightly differently or just the same? Starting Sean.
Well, a positive is for WWF, we have these talking points that we like to get out and try and influence people with. And throughout this panel, I've heard our guests actually kind of talk about them. So I think it's time to change our talking points and let's get pushier.
I love it. Let's get pushier. Yes.
I mean, we need to have our first full-scale CO2 removal from biogenic CO2 2026. In order to make that happen, we need to push, of course, regulation. We need to push simple regulation, and we need to have the framework in Europe in place, and that is what we will actually continue with to find a framework which actually allow others to follow us also. This is a need, and we need to start now. We can't wait. That's my key message.
Thank you. Moving to Martin next.
Yes, we need to act now. We have this solution. We have shown this value chain works. We need to speed up the transition because climate can't wait.
And Christian.
Right now, the main question that is being asked, are you committed to net zero or not? We need to change that question. Are you on your pathway to net zero or not? And something that we launched just recently is a net zero score that will be able to track if businesses are actually making progress on a year-to-year basis towards net zero. So I would also like to invite everyone that is interested to participate in that process. It has been an open process with our partners from UN Race to Zero campaigns, such as Exponential Roadmap Initiative, Oxford Net Zero, and so on. So if you want to shape that next step, which is not just commitments, but actions, we are happy to have a conversation.
Thank you for that. So I'd like to thank our digital panel that we had with us today, our physical panel, the businesses that made this discussion possible, SSAB, Volvo Cars, Polestar, WWF, Stockholm Exergy, and Right Economy. It's been a pleasure at Normative to host this discussion. If you have any questions, you find us here at COP or reach out to us. We'd be happy to engage in a discussion. So with that, thank you, audience, and I wish you all a fantastic rest of the day.
Good afternoon. Perfect. Good afternoon one more time. Dear participants who are here physically with us and those who are digital attendees of the event, welcome to our session, and I would like to start it with introducing the panelists. Please welcome Ms. Hannah Gran, Sustainability Leader representing Spotify today, and my colleagues from Stockholm Plus 50 Youth Task Force, Yoko Lu from Japan and Canada, and Alphonse Muindi from Kenya. Together with me, Diana Garlicka, who represent Youth Task Force Plus 50, dedicated to Stockholm conference that happened earlier this year in June. Us here went through a long process of negotiations, work, and intense collaboration with youth globally to work and deliver substantial amount of documents, in fact, that reflected on the position of young people, that addressed governments and businesses, speaking of their expectations and hopes for the future that is inclusive and just, and also considers concerns for the environment. In this session today, we are to reflect on the legacy of Stockholm Plus 50, the work of Stockholm Plus 50 Youth Task Force, and discuss how young people, youth globally, can collaborate with businesses. And we welcome you all to also take part actively in the Q&A session at the end of this discussion. Well, to start the discussion part of our experience really within the Stockholm Plus 50 and on the road of preparing to it, I would like to maybe address my colleagues in the first place, asking, among the issues reflected in the Global Youth Policy paper, what are the main issues you would like not only the government but also the business focus on during the COP and beyond?
Okay, thank you so much, my colleague Dan, for setting the stage and for having us this time to talk about the legacy of Stockholm Plus 50, and especially looking from the lenses of young people. Well, I think in Stockholm it was the first time for young people to be mobilized and come up with a very comprehensive document bearing demands of young people from all over the planet to leaders. And I looked at it, I looked at some statistics afterwards and found that 51% of the attendees of Stockholm Plus 50 International Meeting were actually young people. So that tells you how it turned out to be actually a conference, a youthful conference, so to say. But now talking about 50 years of environmental multilateralism is where we want to be looking forward. Effective multilateralism really needs young people. And then coming back to the question of the demands, I'm not sure if I'm audible enough, but we developed a global youth policy paper around the three thematics of the international meeting. First, looking on the actions that are urgently needed for us to transition to a climate resilient future. Second one, like reflecting on how best to leapfrog from the COVID-19 pandemic. And then the third one on how best we can implement the environmental dimension of sustainable development. And there were some comprehensive demands included in the three topics. One of them we pushed for creation of a UN Youth Office, and we are happy that through the advocacy that we ran in Stockholm, we actually have it. United Nations General Assembly adopted creation of a UN Youth Office. That's a plus. And then another thing that we are very happy about is that recognition of, a right for healthy, clean, and sustainable development as a right for everyone, as a human right. And that was also adopted in UNGA, given the level of advocacy that we ran in Stockholm. And going forward on how we need to do it, especially with the business side of things, we need to ensure that we create more jobs for young people. And now, especially now talking from the perspective of Kenya, we took the model of Kenyan youth with the Swedish youth coming in as the co-hosts of the youth assembly, just like the Kenyan government and Swedish government were coming in as the co-hosts of this international meeting. So back in Kenya right now, we are coming up with what we are calling Stockholm Plus 50 legacy projects, youth legacy projects. And these are geared towards creating green jobs for young people that are actually like climate resilient. There are so many opportunities, and as Stockholm Plus 50 was actually an opportunity and our responsibility. So I think it was a wake-up call, and we are still trying to implement the 10-point outcome that came from there. And the last outcome actually was on taking through the outcomes to COP15 of biodiversity, COP27 of climate, going through to the Summit of the Future and SDG Summit that are coming along. So Stockholm Plus 50 was not actually an event. It was a process, and the process also lives on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alphonse.
So my name is Yoko. So my name is Yokoru. So I am like from Canada or Japan, but I actually grew up in China. So for the Stockholm Plus 50 Youth Task Force policy paper, we were talking about like all the sectors alone, and that, as Alphonse has mentioned, that everything like is really important. Actually, I have talked at the Swedish Pavilion before, so I've actually retouched some points earlier, like yesterday. So I would like to also like focus on the business part. That business part hasn't really been mentioned across all the conferences, and also like in the youth world, because we have been all like students, we haven't really think about the business world. So it's also very important to really indulge into the business world and have a youth perspective, and have how the business world, the business leaders can really think about how this youth can really incorporate into the business, also just transition and human rights, and also the green jobs. That the green job was something that was a topic that was mentioned in COP26, and because of that, okay, I'm actually speaking of a different group right now. So because of that, like Yanko, for example, create a green jobs working group based on the recommendation from COP26. So this is also a really nice way to say that attending these conferences as youth, it can also bring more opportunities for the future. And within the Stockholm Plus 50 Youth Task Force policy paper, we also like touch upon the acceleration for future, where we also talk about how we really can engage in the future and really think about future generations so that no one can leave behind. And also, okay, I'm actually going to touch on different mutable dimensions. So from health perspective, also like One Health is really important, because health is not just about mental health or like the general hospitals, but it's all about health also in nature. It's not just about humans, but it's really everything's connected. So yesterday at the Youth Pavilion, there was this assignment on health that we were introducing about the youth forum of adolescents, that 1.8 billion children were part of it. 1.8 million, sorry, billion, I think. And then so, yeah, so our policy paper really show off at Stockholm Plus 50. It's not just about Stockholm Plus 50, but it's also beyond, that we can bring this policy paper to the COP27, for example, and really integrate into other youth perspectives and statements, and really push forward and bring the three themes of the Stockholm 50 beyond, and really address all this also into SDGs and also other UN conferences, for example. And I think I have really touched this in a really broad way, and also like this nature, biodiversity, energy. Like, even though we don't think they're like part of us one, because they all seem to be really separate, but actually, like for example, nature-based solutions can be also into energy. It's not just nature, but everything can be connected. So that's something that we really want to bring on about the systematic thinking and systematic connections.
Thank you very much. Indeed, when having here representatives of Swedish business and maybe some governmental officials, considering we now have an opportunity to really speak directly with businesses, what would be your message to the business on collaboration with youth?
Thank you for bringing this up. I think young people out there really need to, look at things from the business angle, things that can help them, can help their communities, can help the planet. We are talking of green solutions, and now speaking directly and addressing the business community, I think there is a lot of opportunity coming from Stockholm Plus 50. Like in Kenya, for example, we've been working very closely with the government of Kenya to domesticate these outcomes that came from Stockholm in our country. And young people are actually at the center of this. We've done like 2 rounds of intense consultations. The first one was focusing the opportunities in solid waste management within the country for young people to take up, create jobs for themselves and for other people. We had a second round of intense consultations talking about how best we can use the opportunities in the forestry sector. Like Kenya right now, there is a very ambitious plan to increase the forestry cover from around 10% where we are right now to 30% in the next decade, and this is now a climate is creation of climate resilience, but it's as well an opportunity, a business opportunity, creation of green opportunities. We are talking of doing things like dry land value chains, because when you talk about land restoration, just people think about greening and all that narrative, but there is also potential in these dry land areas. People can create value chains of dry land, maybe non-timber forest products, and push them to the market, plow back the revenue to the communities, and in that way you'll have addressed so many things as a domino effect. So if young people already have so many ideas, and right now back in Kenya we're trying to map them and in the context of Stockholm Plus 50, like to have these as legacy projects, to map these ideas that young people are having, and then see how best we can work with the people in the business world in terms of pushing the products, the tangible products back to the market, but also like getting to invest in these ideas of young people that are going to help us leapfrog this, the dirty phase of development, if I may call it that way. And if a lot is invested in this, we can achieve so many things. We keep on talking about young people being at the center of policy development, but we also need young people at the center of implementation of these things that, these policies that we formulate. And that is what is going to make a difference. We may have so many good things on paper, but if that is not translated to reality on the ground, then I don't think there's progress there. So that is talking from what we are already working on. And I think young people are already doing their part. So I call the business sector, the government and the leaders to come in and support young people. Young people are already doing their part. They just need enabling environment, support in terms of resources, capacity development, and then there we are. Thank you so much.
So I will speak from a different perspective. So, so I will think about from different perspectives. So I recently touched upon this business transformation. That so will be really interesting to have that business transformation that to be really like changing in a way that will be unique in the long term. It's not like traditional. For example, like in a traditional world, I will say that like there's like people working, but there's not really meaningful engagement within the business. And also perhaps like there's also like different cultural perspective. Like, for example, I have worked in both global in different countries. That, for example, like in Japan, I work in both international and national companies. So in national companies, we were very more more traditional to Japanese. Like we have just these meetings, have this Japanese culture. Like we go to like different dinners each day because that is a traditional to have a new employees coming by, and we have these welcome dinners introduced. But after that, it's just regular work. But in this international company in Japan, it was really different. Like so I was there as a project based. So and then they were really including us, even though we are like then temporary. They really included us in their like weekly meetings where we also talk about the health and safety, environmental safety department. Because I was working like involved in that department, the HSES, and they don't only include people from HSES, but they also include like people. Okay, this is engineering company. It was actually more like a renewable energy company, that where everyone was included in their meetings, even with the like computer people, facilities, computer science people, like not related. So it was a really nice experience in Japan that I was exposed to this international Japanese company environment that was really productive, and it was I feel like to be meaningful to work in a company. So I mean that is kind of like in an international perspective, and it's really so I think it'd be really nice to see that these traditional countries or traditional government, like I'm not really saying about Japan, but traditional government, that really they should really move forward to include everyone and make it really different so that everyone is included and become more internationalized. And whereas a business transformation, I also meant to include more like human rights or just tradition or like green jobs, have more like policy side, or the UMCCC, where these employees can also learn more about these high-level policy makings, and also to have them really think about how the company affects its people, and how its people also are positively influenced by the company, so they have a positive impact on the company. And also, I really have like this capacity building, and how to really have these employees to really have like be part of this community where they can be part of this business. And also it's really nice also to include like again the youth and everyone to have this business transformation, and that's kind of my main point here. Yeah.
Perfect, thank you. Collaboration and communication really is a two-way process, and it takes more than just one party. And it's amazing to have Anna here with us to have a perspective of business. And while I address a question to Anna now, I also invite all the business participants here to consider how they would reflect on it, and maybe to use the time during the comments and Q&A to share your perspective. So Hannah, as the representative of Spotify, how can your organization collaborate with youth to strengthen access to information and participation on climate change issues and other human rights questions?
I mean, first of all, it's vital that we do it. So thank you for all the work you're doing, especially also when you talked about how much has actually been implemented since Stockholm Plus 50. It's not that long ago. So it really shows that putting youth at the center means fast action and real action. So really happy to hear that. And for us, it comes down to, I mean, listening to the youth perspective, that's the future perspective. So if we want to have a long-term business, I think all businesses need to take that into account, because you're the ones that are going to drive the companies going forward and also have that long-time view. So what we have tried to do, at least internally, and also when you mentioned their business transformation, how important it is, you also mentioned some examples in terms of really making sure that everyone is part of it and not just a separate meeting. So what we have is we have created a climate champion network internally. So we're a rather small sustainability team, and that's the way we like to have it, because it's ultimately everyone's work that this agenda is made real and also takes action and in a fast way. So what we have champions across the companies, everything from R&D that are focusing on, okay, can we actually make the app smarter so it requires less electricity? But it's everything else also. And by doing that, creating small hubs, we also bring in more people and also younger people to the conversation. So it's not only made in certain settings and so on, but that everyone feel that they can contribute, both with ideas and actual spend time on it as part of their daily work. So we have many people that have this like an extra hat on, which is climate then, as part of their daily work. So that's a little bit how we have tried to internalize the transformation aspect that you're talking about inside Spotify.
Thank you. Maybe I would like to ask all the participants here have their reflection and thoughts on using the existing platforms that we have and maybe consider new platforms. What could be those platforms and way of communication on engaging young people in a meaningful, truly inclusive way in decision making?
Thank you so much, Diana, for driving this discussion in a very nice way. I think talking about communication especially and getting information out there is very important. And most of the young people are actually left out because of lack of information. People may think that financial resources may be the only problem. Actually not. If you empower people with information, then it will be so easy to make inroads in these things that people find very challenging. And addressing that, I'd also try to talk about the efforts that we've done in Kenya after Stockholm. It's a lot that we are trying to do, as part of legacy of Stockholm plus 50 international meeting.
When are you resting? I just wonder.
Oh, well, I don't think we've rested from Stockholm. Yeah, and we are working closely with the Stockholm Environment Institute, the Africa Regional Office. We are lucky that is actually based in Nairobi, to develop a report that is a bit, centric to the Kenyan context, talking about how Kenyan youth engaged the whole process, and looking forward now, how young people can lead domesticating these outcomes of Stockholm plus 50, but also trying to create the next half century team of young people who are very engaged in environmental multilateralism in some way, but also those who are leading climate actions on the ground. And we are developing this report. Right now we have a first edition of it. We are trying to refine it, and soon it will be published in the website of Stockholm Environment Institute. That will show how young people in Kenya are taking forth outcomes of Stockholm plus 50 down to the grassroots, but also following up in the in making multilateral system to work. Because for a long time, we have landmark years that shows us actually multilateral system can work. A few days I saw some people making jokes in social media, showing a photo, the high-level photo that was taken out of this COP27 during the World Leaders Summit. Then it showed so many men, I don't think there was a woman there, maybe one or two. And then someone was saying, look, I think it's time now we ask help from women, because men seems to be a bit failing us going forward. Well, but what I'm trying to say here is that we need to ensure that information gets down to people, and that's why your role is quite important. We have to ensure that we also speak to people in a language they understand. For example, from Kenya, where I come from, climate change doesn't have a name in my local dialect, you know. They don't, you know, I don't kind of get one word in my vernacular that can be translated directly to climate change. It will be a whole sentence trying to describe or something like that. But going there, if I tell these people drought, Kenya right now is facing the worst drought in 40 years, for example. We are seeing so many loss of lives, livelihoods, and things like those. And then I hope Diana will talk a little bit about how we expect out of this COP, for example, because we have to sow seeds of common prosperity, and that is what we are talking about in Stockholm. We can't be sowing seeds of common destruction. And talking of loss and damage, for example, that is a topic that concerns everyone, because it's just a matter of time, and impacts of this crisis will be at the nook and cranny of every part of the planet. So in short, information, and then after empowering young people, let it not just end there. Give them the means to use that power. Just don't empower them, and then after, don't give them information and you leave it at that. They'll be so much informed, but they are not empowered, you know. Give them power to use that information and to impact more people, impact businesses, transform the world, you know. So I think those could be my initial ideas in terms of how young people need to be empowered in terms of getting information, requisite information. Young people now are connected than any other time in history of humanity. We have social media that connects us every time, and that we should use that power. We keep talking about the power in youth. That is part of the power that we need to make use of. Thank you so much.
So, hello. So, I'm just checking the mic. So, I will also give a specific example. So, I'm part of the Global Youth Climate Change with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Korea, and the 2050 Carbon Neutrality Green Growth Commission in Korea. So this Global Youth Climate Change is like really new. It's like 3-year-old, and it's assisted by the government in Korea. And so they actually had a decision yesterday where I was part of, and Ban Ki-moon is a part of this program. And so with Global Youth Climate Change, although it is supported by the government of Korea, they don't just want to include the Korean national youth, but they also want to include international youth. So for example, this year is the third year. So for this year, we have like 6 different working groups that are from different regions of the world. And my section, so my group is actually reforestation for Eastern Asia and North America. And we focus on deforestation. So our project is to really mapping out how we want to engage with private corporate business for our topic. So we came up with this mapping, where we had this mapping with the deforestation map using open source data from NOAA, for example. This example. And then we were planning to use this map to showcase how the deforestation has affected in our regions. And we also want to make a website that we want to have a pledge on business. And on one major business, international business like Coca-Cola or Microsoft, those that have reforestation projects across the world, and how we really want to carry this, how the deforestation and business are connected. And we want to carry this forward to the P4G Summit in Colombia next year in 2023. And so the GYCC, the team, will also be here. Like yesterday, they played the Korean Pavilion. And so so they have the co-leaders and they have this the Ministry of the IT, the technology here to support this project. And so after our presentation yesterday, for example, there is this the Egyptian hackathon team came to actually meet us to really talk about how the Egyptian team can also team up with this global youth climate change. And they really want to talk about how, like, they also had this like they had like 6 different themes, including waste, energy, technology, and like water, and some others in Egypt. And they really want to like incorporate into this Ministry of Korea this project, because I believe this is the first project within the member states that has a project for youth that includes youth across the world. And because it's new, I think it's a really good starting point, like that is assisted or managed by the government with the help of the youth leaders and really spread across the world. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, thank you.
Please, Hannah, go ahead, and for us to have some minutes for Q&A.
Okay, I'll be quick. So I think, of course, I spoke a little bit before what we do in our own organization, but to your point, with information and platforms, the most important things is, of course, what we do with our platform. Because I'm very biased, but I really think that music and audio and podcast can be that source of information and also open up so that you hear more perspectives to this question and also hear what's going on more across the world as well. So that's really a focus area for us. Everything from creating climate science fiction about this to make people interested in the first place, but also lifting up young voices. So that's one part why we are here at COP, actually, to have more a pop-up podcast to be able to tell people that are not able to be here what's going on, what is this, and the importance of actually addressing this in different dimensions. So that's a huge part of what we do. We did, for example, earlier this year, we highlighted voices, young voices from marginalized groups, just because so that people that are not on Greenland can understand the climate changes that is going on there. So a lot of that is what we're doing. So we really try to use our platform for that. But any ideas you have on what we can do more, let me know.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And indeed, for the rest of the time that we have, it will be great to have some comments, reflections, questions from the audience, and we welcome this time to be used for that. Please go ahead.
Hello. So, in an attempt to try to inculcate youth into green business ideologies, what are some of the mediums that you think can help push youth in green business ideas?
Well, let me try to answer. If
Very
it will not be
briefly.
sufficient, you can also let me know. But yeah, I think for me, young people need platforms to showcase things they are doing in small scale, and that we must be honest that there's a huge gap in that, because young people, especially those who are on the front lines, doing amazing job, never get to have opportunities to access these platforms to showcase the good works they're doing. So whatever good thing they're doing, it just remain there being a small scale thing. They really struggle around. Most of them give up in the process. But if we can have platforms for young people to do exhibitions on these things, the small businesses they are running, the green business ideas, or rather, let me talk about the green businesses that are in existence. It becomes a problem for them to get that platform, and that's one of the surest ways for them to scale up, for it to become a big thing that can employ more young people, that can, make even more impact. So one of my proposals actually is to ensure that when we have opportunities, those young people doing amazing works in the very grassroots level are considered to be given platforms for them to be exposed in the first place, for them to showcase whatever they are doing. And then the second thing is that there is a lot of like indifference or rather apathy to ideas of young people. Sorry to say that, but it's the truth. I mean, if you have a brilliant idea, you are taken through a very long process of writing concepts, proposals. You can even submit a whole dossier, you're taken through an extreme process of paperwork to be given, like few dollars. Can we make this accessible? Because the finances are there, by the way, but they are not accessible.
Thank you.
Even for these green climate finances and things like those, they are there. But you'll be surprised to hear government focal points telling you that we keep on returning this money in the end of fiscal year because we've not expended, Why? The money is not accessible to young people, basically. So how can we make accessibility, how can we break these accessibility barriers? How can we make it possible for small and medium enterprises access money that is in place? I think that is a question now that I throw it back and we can hear some comments around that. Thank you.
Thank you. Hannah, would you like to reflect as well?
I think I mentioned a little bit before that I fully that our platform can be one of those sources where people can express opinions and also reach and hear more stories and more perspectives, because currently we're speaking a lot in silos, both when it comes to age and background and where you are in the world. So hopefully it can break down some silos in that aspect.
Unfortunately, our session is coming to an end, and I would like to also use the time to wrap up the discussions that were taking place today. It's indeed a great success of the work that was happening in preparation to the Stockholm Plus 50 conference. During it and even afterwards, when a group of youth task force dedicated to Stockholm Plus 50, it's not only the three of us on the stage, it's some of the colleagues present here today, and even more of us in all the pavilions and throughout the zones created to COP27. The youth globally that was part of Youth Task Force, and also those who took part actively in consultations, have dedicated themselves hours and hours of work to creating those documents, specifically policy paper, and in fact other documents created within Youth Task Force that really have put in paper and communicated very vividly the expectations of young people towards governments and business. And we're happy indeed, like Alphonse mentioned, that some of the points were already implemented. We can see the creation of UN Youth Office. We can see that the right for natural environment, healthy natural environment, is considered to be documented as basic human right, and that is a great achievement, but there are still many points from the policy paper that we expect to be implemented, that are on the table, and we look up to the governments and businesses to really take active role in to following up on other things on the list indeed. And in the discussions before the sessions, informally, we were talking about different COPs that took place before and how COP27 is happening, and that some of the participants were having an issue reaching out to young people, finding them. And in fact, this COP27 is the first one where there is a dedicated children and youth pavilion, and I think maybe that is a one way to find young people if you're interested in collaborating with them, if you want to establish a contact, have their feedback, hear their thoughts, to also use this time to meet not only with other business representatives, potential partners, but also young people, and have their ideas really live streamed to you right here at the spot. They have much to say. We have enormous, in fact, experience working those extra hours, often unpaid, for the sake of the idea of utilizing all the potential of the youth organizations that we represent, and trust there is much that youth can do jointly with business. We welcome you to meet us all there, and thank you for being part of this session. Thank you.
All right.
Hello, my name is Beverly Cornaby. I am from the Cambridge Institute for Sustainability Leadership. Welcome to this session on the role of digitalization in the transition to net zero. I'm delighted today to moderate this panel, which we have 4 speakers joining us, where we're going to go through some of the enablers, some of the opportunity, but also some of the challenges in terms of, how do we, the role of digitalization in net zero and what it can do. So I'm going to welcome up here Anna Selsing from Alpha Laval, who is the Chief Sustainability Officer, Matt Sharp, Head of Sustainability at Ericsson, and Christian Ron, who is CEO of Normative. We also have online, who should be joining us, is Christopher Laurel, who is Senior VP Research and Public Affairs at Enride, who hopefully should be appearing online. Thank you. There he is, fantastic. So we're going to go straight into the questions. I would like to ask our panelists, obviously, as you start answering the first question that I put to you, please can you introduce yourself and just say a little bit about your organization as well in terms of what you're doing on net zero. So the first question we're going to go into is, why is digitalization an enabler, an accelerator for net zero? And I'm going to go to Mats at Ericsson.
Thank you. So Mats Sharp from Ericsson. Ericsson provides the infrastructure for all digitalization, so mobile networks. So I think we are a fundamental part of digitalization for most companies in the world. And why is digitalization important? I would sort of try to turn it around. If we don't use digitalization and in the right way, I would say, because it's also important to do the right type of digitalization. If we don't use it the right way, we can never make the halving by 2030. We really have to do that soon, and we have to start now. And I think there are sort of 2 different aspects of digitalization. Part of what we will talk about today is sort of the cool stuff, the innovations, the new things, what 5G, AI, and all of these things can do. And there is massive opportunities in that area, and we can use it in a really good way. But that will not come now. That will take some time to evolve. But I think that's important. It is to remember that already the existing solutions that we have, if we use them and scale them, we can sort of reach the first 15%. And we need to do that now. We need to use digitalization and the existing solutions and break the curve. Because, I mean, there are lots of things that needs to happen. But just one quick example to make it more tangible maybe. If we sort of, when we talk about buildings, the buildings, we talk a lot about changing the heating system, retrofitting, new windows, new insulation. That costs a lot of money, takes a lot of time. But if we just control the systems that are there, the ventilation, the heating systems, with better digital solutions, we can save 15% already now. And that goes much faster. And that will buy us time to do the retrofitting and changing everything else. So I think that is sort of the 2-step of digitalization.
Brilliant, thank you. I mean, you speak there around some of the kind of the sector-specific, needs there, particularly built environment. I mean, Anna, I'm going to come to you first in terms of, can you elaborate on how digitalization role in your particular industry?
Yes, and I represent Alpha Laval, who are technology leaders in 3 core technologies, I would say, heat transfer and separation and fluid handling. It's very much those processes behind the scenes that we rely on every day, like food, water, and energy. And to us, I think it's the same as Matt said. There are 2 sides to it, both that we really, as we are committed to net zero, carbon neutral by 2030, we need to drive our scopes down, our carbon emissions. And to do that, we need to optimize. We need the digital tools to optimize, not the least our customers' processes. For example, the very easy one, like you say, using what's already there, remote guidance, not sending out a field service engineer, for example, but be there 24/7, that makes a huge difference. And we can also do lots by IoT solutions, infrared cameras, etc. So bringing down that scope here and now. And on the other side, as we are committed again to net zero, we need to also show and be transparent in our data, collect the data from our suppliers, which is great complexity. And we need the data also to prevent the greenwashing, I would say. So those are the two sides that I see for our part.
So in a minute, we'll come back onto the role of data, but I just want to give a chance for Christopher to come in as well and introduce yourself and also kind of answer the same question in terms of the digitalization's role in your industry.
Good afternoon from Stockholm, and thanks, Beverly, for having us. My name is Christopher, and I work for Enride, and what we do is to connect, electrify, and also implement autonomous solutions in the sector of road transport. And digitalization is one of the most powerful technology shifts that we have seen in the history of humankind, because what it does is that it provides an opportunity to utilize underutilized resources. And what we are seeing in the transport sector is that there is much to be done when it comes to getting these productivity increases that we have seen throughout a number of sectors where we have seen a lot of digitalization initiatives being taken. Just to give you one example, the average fill rate of a truck is around 50% at the moment. And that has very much to do with the fact that optimization is done on truck level instead of on a system level. What we do at Enride is to connect trucks with one another, fleets with one another. And by doing that, we can optimize a transport system where we go from a productivity and fill rate level that is simply too low to instead become much greater. And in doing that, we can actually reduce the number of trucks on the roads while delivering the same capacity. So that is one illustration of the role that digitalization plays. It's a powerful tool to get the most out of the resources that we are commercially deploying, and that have been the case in a lot of different sectors. Now at Enride, we are doing the same thing when it comes to road transport.
Thank you. And you mentioned there some of the enablers as well, and we are going to need enablers to drive up digitalization and to look at it, and it's going to be different across different size companies, different size value chains, and I think you mentioned there about actually the role of innovation and supply chains. So, Kristen, I want to come on to you in terms of actually, what are the enablers to scale up digitalization?
I don't know. Wow, what an effect. I'm coming in with a bang. So my name is Christian, CEO and co-founder of Normative. We do carbon emissions accounting for enterprises. That means that we help them calculate and manage their carbon footprint in their operations and in the value chain. And back to the question on enablers of digitization and why digitization is needed in the first place. I mean, whenever you have a topic that fulfills certain criteria, digitization is needed. And so whenever you have a topic where there's a high degree of management, managing some sort of performance, when there's a high degree of collaboration and communication, you need digitization. So it happened to CRMs, it happened to financial systems, and it will happen to the whole process of net zero because it fulfills all of those criteria. We have complex value chains where several actors need to work together on their decarbonization. So you have the element of collaboration, you need to communicate to do so, and you also need to manage performance. I mean, are we going towards net zero fast enough? So, I mean, of course, we need digitization for net zero. It is absolutely critical. And it is it's one of the slogans here on the stage. It's one of the biggest collabs in human history. So, of course, we need it.
Brilliant. I'm going to just come back to you because you mentioned about value chains. And one of the things that, and also it's been mentioned about data, but in relation to particularly smaller businesses and actually how, we work with them and how as bigger companies you work with them. I don't know if you can pick up a bit more on actually the kind of how you can become data partners to be able to support them, to be able to support yourself in terms of particularly, looking at addressing scope 3 emissions.
That's absolutely a brilliant question. And as I said a few times before on this conference, we have governments that are negotiating net zero targets, putting forth net zero targets. There's a huge gap. But in the end of the day, it's companies within the jurisdictions of those governments that needs to reduce their carbon emissions. And on planet Earth, there exists around 400 million companies. Almost all of those companies are SMEs. But the thing is that if you look at the interconnectedness, you have around 1,000 large enterprises that are probably responsible for around 80% of global emissions due to that interconnectedness. So these large enterprises have long value chains of smaller enterprises that they need to work with. So with that in mind, we at Normative, together with our partners at the Win-Win Business Coalition and the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, started something that we call the SME Climate Hub. And the whole goal is to essentially empower SMEs to take climate action. Because you have this, every one of these, or most of those companies need to take climate action in order for, large enterprises such as yourself should, accomplish your net zero targets. And we did a survey that the most common reason that smaller businesses don't take climate action is because they think it's going to be super expensive, it's going to cost a lot of time, and I think what we have done at Normative and with the SME Climate Hub is that we have proven that this is not the case. So we have actually enabled thousands of companies to set the net zero targets, calculate their carbon emissions, and essentially reduce. So I don't know if that was an answer to your question to begin with.
That's right. I think it is a bit of an answer. I'm going to come on, though. Actually, I'm going to come on to you, Mats, because I know you're part of the supply chain initiative that is within the SME Climate Hub. That is one way that's looking to actually, how do larger businesses work with their SME, their kind of supply chains, but specifically with SMEs to support them in terms of their decarbonisation journey. So I was just wondering whether there was any experience that you can bring for that, but specifically thinking about this point of digitalization and how, on your own decarbonisation journey, but also theirs as well, how you collaborate.
As Ericsson was sort of one of the founders of the initiative, I think already when we did the first exponential roadmap report back in 2018, we said that we are preaching to the choir. We are at these conferences going around, and it's always the same 200 companies that come to the same conferences and talk to each other. They are part of Women Business, they are part of World Economic Forum, they are part of World Business Council for Sustainable Development and a lot of other groups. And it's the same, and we said this doesn't sort of break it. We really need to get everybody else moving. And based on that, we said we can put requirements on suppliers. But learning from the history of working with supplier code of conducts and working conditions, if they don't understand or cannot make it, there is no chance that they can meet these requirements. They will say yes, but they cannot do anything about it. So that was sort of the starting point of the supply chain leaders, and why we said we need a guide for companies, we need a simple tool for companies, we need to work together to put the same requirements so they hear it from different companies, so we need industries and clusters to work together. So that was really the starting point for this, and I'm super happy that sort of the SME Climate Hub is there. We have the normative tool, we have the 1.5 degree playbook to help them with the guideline. We have the supplier engagement guide to help big companies work with their own sourcing departments and procurement departments to help them work with the suppliers. So I think that is really a fantastic tool. And looking at it from a digitalization perspective, we could never do it face to face. We have 24,000 suppliers at Ericsson. We know the 150 that emits 90% of our supply chain emissions. And we can work with them, 150 companies. We cannot work with the 24,180 through 250 other companies. My math is going. So it's really, then we need the digital tools. So we need the SME Climate Hub where we can sort of gather these tools and gather the guidelines and helps, so we can sort of work in a digital way with suppliers and have an engagement that we don't need us to meet and talk to all of them. So I think that's the only way to reach, and I think that goes across several areas, that when you need to scale something big, then digital tools are the only way to do it.
Brilliant. And Anna, if you can please come in, particularly around, I mean, Matt's mentioned some of the tools that obviously via the SME Climate Hub, but I don't know how you're using tools and data in terms of engaging.
I can just agree with Matt that's exactly. We're very thankful that that is started by you and others. We need the same, so we try to go with the same standards as everybody else, not making our own up, because it's tricky as it is for all the SMEs. And that's what I see. Many of our large companies also sending around requests for data from us and other SMEs, which makes it very burdensome and very hard to collect the data, and the data quality is very poor often. So we very much need to get together and decide on using the same tools and standards as everybody else.
Fantastic. Christopher, I want to bring in you as well, because obviously thinking about the transport sector, I mean, there's a lot that is needed in terms of the transition. So I was wondering whether you've got examples of where you're working with partnerships, particularly in your supply chains, to actually deliver and to be able to support, decarbonisation.
We have talked quite during this panel, and there is one thing that is worth adding to the discussion that we have had, because usually we have had one technology shift taking place at the time, but in contemporary society it looks very different. It's not only digitalization that is one of the major technology shifts. We also have electrification, 5G and autonomous technologies. And if there is one thing that we are seeing from our perspective, is that the solutions of tomorrow that will really have an impact on the levels of emissions that we are seeing across the world right now is solutions that are coming out of the crossroads between these technology shifts. We at Android, just like many actors out there, believe that partnership is the new leadership, and that is also one of the reasons for why we are very proud to work with the front runners across different sectors of the industry. Ericsson is one of them, where we are partnering up with them in order for us to get the connectivity that we need in the new generation of telecommunication systems.
I'm going to open up the question about partnerships to the other panelists. Anna, you look like you want to come in first.
I just wanted to comment that I think it's a very good point that you're making, that it's easy to just look into the supply chain, but we very much need the digital tools to optimize again our customers' processes, because that's where 98% of our scope is. So we should not forget about those tools. They're very, very important, and there goes in the AI solutions and other very basic here and now digital tools, like you say, Mats.
Mats or Christian, would you like to come in to give examples of where you're working in partnership and any specific things that you can mention?
Well, I think this whole exponential roadmap initiative that we are part of is such a partnership, and for Eric, partnership is almost everything that we do. I mean, when we talk about what key SDGs that we are aiming at, one is number 9 because we provide the infrastructure and the innovation, but the other one is really number 17, in partnerships. So I think, just giving an example, I think exponential roadmap is interesting because it's a mix not only of business partners. It is really a partnership between academia, where we have scientists, science-based approach, but also with civil society and NGOs. So I think it's a really interesting partnership where we provide on equal terms into the reports and into the work. And so I think that's a great example of partnerships. But there are partnerships everywhere. And if we talk about digitalization, I think if we look at the ICT sector, our industry, that's 1.4% of global carbon emissions. And with sort of existing solutions, the pre-5G solutions, we have the 15%. So that's 10 times our own emissions that we can sort of support other industries if that is scaled right. And then we have an additional at least 5% with the AI and 5G solutions like Einride is providing. And I think that opportunity is much bigger, in fact. So I think that looking at that needs to happen in partnerships, because now we're not talking one industry, one value chain, because now we're talking outside of our own value chain. And then we need to sort of definitely partner across. And for that to happen, if we are going to electrify, like Einride talked about, transports, for instance, in Europe, it cannot be that one charger talks one language, French, and another one talks German, because the trucks, they go across Europe. So we have to have a common standard, a common language across industries. And this is the first time when we create standards that go across industries, because we have created the telecom standard, the GSM, the 5G, whatever standard we have in our industry. Same for the energy sector, they have their standards. And the transport road sector, they have their own standards. But nowhere do the AI talk the same language. So I think that's a challenge that we will see. We need sort of common language between different industries now. So partnerships will be essential.
I'm going to pick up on that point, because where you're talking about there is regulation, and actually that comes onto policy, which comes onto some of the kind of the bigger discussions that are happening here. So I suppose my next question is in terms of, and this is to, whoever wants to kind of come in on it, is actually what is the role of policy to support this? And, where can you work in partnership with government to actually deliver this and therefore kind of create those collaborations? Anna's looking, Anna and then Mats, and then I am going to go to Christopher, because I imagine on transport there is a lot there in terms of working with government.
I think it's everywhere, so we can all pitch in on that. We need standards. If I just look at sustainability point of view, there's no standard on an international level for reporting on sustainability. I hope there will be very soon, but that's just one. Then if you talk about what you said, Mats, on digitalization, there's really important for us to be able to share data between us. And how do you do that without the standards in place? Like just very easy. We have sensors sensing vibrations on our rotating equipment, but how do we secure that data not getting into someone else's hands, and how do you transfer that data? To be very specific, and that's all over the place. But we work together in partnerships to try to push for the regulations. For example, with ABB and lots of others in the energy efficiency movement, working together with ICC on policy making, etc. So we really try to make our point here because it's so important.
Yep.
So I think one of the key aspects, if we talk about policy, is really without the digital highway, we cannot have digitalization. And I think it's a big problem, both sort of in a global perspective, but also in a European perspective, because 5G is built in US and it's built in Korea, China, and Japan, and it's starting to be built in Europe. We are long behind. So if we want to have European industries competing on this, we really need to build sort of the infrastructure. Otherwise, it will not happen. So I think that's an extremely important part. The other part is that digitalization is not understood in sort of these negotiations. So the easy examples of building that I took earlier, if you take the EU taxonomy, that would not count as sort of within the green part of taxonomy. So if you do changes that are sort of incremental in your own industry, that's okay. But whole infrastructure digitalization is not included. So I think there is one good initiative now with the European Green Digital Coalition that's trying to do that and trying to create standards for how to sort of measure the importance of digitalization. But I think that is, a big gap across all of this, that we don't see the use of digitalization in the negotiations or anywhere in this forum.
Christopher, would you like to come in?
Yeah, I would love to. The fact of the matter is that policy have had a tendency of being lagging behind technological innovation. That is usually how the interplay between technological innovation and institutional change have looked. Take Uber and Airbnb. They didn't ask for permission to commercially deploy their systems across cities around the world. Instead, they simply did it. We are now in a generation of collaboration where public actors and agencies are very interested in being on board as the technology progresses. And one example of how that looks like in practice is the largest flagship project that we have in the world on electric and autonomous transportation. It's a European Union funded project where a constellation of 35 actors coming both from industry but also from the public sector and also including the public agencies and authorities that are in the end going to be very involved in ensuring that we have a safe commercial deployment going forward of these technologies. So the collaboration aspect between, on the one hand side, the companies that provides the technological solutions, and on the other hand side, the institutional actors that will build the frameworks of tomorrow. Today we are going to go hand in hand and meet these challenges that we have in a way where the lag is gone. And that really indicates that we'll be able to speed up a lot of these transitions that we need to have in place as soon as possible.
Brilliant, thank you. And I'm going to say, if there are any questions from the audience, please do raise your hands and there's an opportunity to ask if there's anything you want to. I'm just going to, because actually you mentioned there, Christopher, about challenge, which is that sometimes policy lags behind, but that also means there's an opportunity probably for business to take a lead. But I just want to ask, is there's, what challenges or barriers do you all see today in terms of enabling this to move forward and kind of enabling acceleration? So I don't know, Christopher, if you want to come in. Christian, yes.
So I think policy is moving in the right direction in terms of mandatory carbon disclosures. We're seeing it in the European Union. We're seeing it all over the world. We're going to see it in the US, hopefully, by 2025. But a really important aspect of carbon disclosure is comparability, obviously. You want carbon disclosures of one legal entity to be comparable to the carbon disclosures of another legal entity. And right now, we don't have that level of standardization on carbon accounting. So that means that today you can't compare, has the carbon emissions of this legal entity, does it have the same scope as the carbon emissions of this legal entity? And I know that the industry is trying to solve that problem. So speaking of partnerships again, I mean, you mentioned the great work that is going on at the World Business Council on the Pathfinder initiative. We are very much a part of that discussion as well. So I think industry now are working on kind of trying to patch some of those problems with carbon accounting, so you can have digitization of carbon accounting in the first place. But at some point in time, I think that policymakers have to realize that carbon disclosures is not going to be a silver bullet unless you solve the accounting problem, and that is what I've kept kind of repeating myself, because there's this huge opportunity in terms of some of the largest enterprises in the world, and certainly you as well, like you're committed to net zero in your entire value chain, but you need the right data. Everyone needs the right data, and everyone is grappling with it, and we all need to work together to fix it. And I think policymakers can and should certainly facilitate that discussion down the line.
Mats?
I think other than just for our value chains, I talked about the 1.5 towards the 15% that we talk about enablement effect. I think for that to be truly understood, we need to have also standards and ways of describing that in a credible way, so people trust the savings, that they are there and they are true. Because then I think when you start measuring things, then it becomes visible, and then you can sort of start driving them as well, I think, in a different way. So I think I agree with what you said on the data in the value chain, hugely important for us to be able to sort of do our own homework and make sure that we can reduce our own emissions and our value chain emissions from sort of supply chain and the use of our products by customers, but also then in a similar way understanding what we can enable and how to measure that. And I mean, we will never take the credit for that, but we will demonstrate the importance of digitalization, AI and 5G.
I could just add that, of course, it's standardizations and policies, but also I think we lack many times the data. We need to start collect more data, and we need to do that with the right quality. So both collecting is a problem, or not collecting, and the data quality being too poor. And that's a huge challenge to us, both on our own internal case, but also mostly external. And I would also raise that we see a huge challenge when it comes to digitalization and lack of competence in society, because it's such a huge shift that we're seeing. If we talk now about scopes, but if we talk about robots, AI, we have manufacturing sites where we do a huge shift using AI tools and robots and digitalization to make our production units much more efficient, to bring down our emissions. So the lack of the right competences and the competence shift, I would say it's a huge challenge as well.
Can I just check, were there any questions at all? Did anyone want to ask anything? No? So was there, oh, there is, oh, brilliant, thank you. If we just pass the microphone very quickly. And if you can just please introduce yourself as well.
Test. Yeah, I'm Romain Poivet. I'm engagement lead from the World Benchmarking Alliance, but I'm also the convener of the ISO TC207 SC7 Working Group 4 on GHG accounting standards, and I'm a bit confused when you speak about the lack of robust standards, for instance, regarding GHG quantification, and I feel like that there is already lots of standard regarding GHG quantification. We're about to launch a new appendix in the ISO 40064-1 standard on the avoided emission aspect. So how basically you can avoid emissions with the use of products, for instance. So that could be a use case for digitalization. So yeah, I would like to invite you to be involved in ISO standardization.
Can I? One point for me is that when I look at our suppliers and customers, not everyone is using ISO. There's a use of many different standards in the production, in all different areas that we act. So yes, there are standards, but we need to decide which standards should we use on a global level. So because everything is connected, and I agree there's so many good ISO standards. But we need to just, again, agree what should we use, everyone.
And I think you are also, the avoided emission standards, I mean, we are part of developing that from Ericsson's side. So the same people that are writing the ITU standard are also working with the ISO standard. So for sure, we know about that, and we think it's greatly appreciated. So I think that will be extremely important for the enablement effect and for avoided emissions, those two standards that are coming out from International Telecom Union and ISO. So definitely kudos to that. But I think there is still a gap. The gap is between industries that I talked about, where there is no standard for sort of how to talk between an energy system and a road transport system and the mobile telecommunication system in a similar, I mean, for emissions, yes, but not for data. And that is, yeah.
So I mean, of course, there exists lots of standards. I mean, there exists plenty of ISO standards for management life cycle assessments. There exist standards for avoided emissions, the avoided emissions framework. We have the greenhouse gas protocol. We have plenty of standards. But a lot of these standards need to be more specific in order to yield comparable results, especially when it comes to modeling carbon data in value chains and how to essentially replace modeled data for activities-based data in value chains. And I mean, that is one of the reasons we started the SME Climate Hub. That is what the Pathfinder initiative is trying to fix. But then also, what emission factors should you apply in which contexts in that sort of value chain modeling? So there's a lot of things that needs to be more specific in order to have really that 100% comparability, especially in Scope 3.
Okay, we're coming towards the end of our time now, and if there is any other questions, please do raise your hands quickly. If not, we will move on. So what I'd like to ask you each to do is to kind of do some final thoughts. And partly this, I'd like to think about a kind of key takeaway or recommendation, but particularly, I mean, Mats, you mentioned around, the kind of the education that's needed around some of the negotiations and actually how this becomes part of the conversation. So I suppose I'm going to ask you to frame that in terms of, what would you like to come away from COP27 with in terms of actually being able to take this forward, accelerate it, and make sure that there's action happening beyond COP27? So no, Christian, I'll come to you first, and then we'll go around.
Me again?
Mats or Mats? Yeah.
Maybe we can take internet.
Take it in turns. So have Christopher next, yeah.
Right.
Sure. From our perspective, we have, during this session, covered a lot of the opportunities that digitalization enables. But the fact of the matter is that we also need to do something else, and that is to stop supporting the legacy systems that have gotten us to where we are in the first place. We have tens of thousands of diesel-dependent jobs in the road transport industry, and stopping the subsidies that each and every year are poured into this industry by banning fossil fuel subsidies globally once and for all, that would be an outcome that we would very much applaud. Because if we do that, that would enable us to focus on what we need to do, and that is to scale the systems of the future that are clean, green, and also resilient, considering the fact that the demand for transports are going to double up until 2050. So banning fossil fuel subsidies in order for us to focus on the things that we have ahead of us, building the industries of tomorrow.
Brilliant. I'll come along the line, so I'll get to Christian next.
Well, I think my takeaway is that what gets measured gets managed. And right now we're in a situation where we have been obsessed around, does a company have a net zero target or not? Which is great. That made us, go where we are today. But in subsequent COP, I want us to be obsessed around carbon performance, which essentially means, are you on track of actually fulfilling your targets on a year-to-year basis? Are you reducing your emissions fast enough to really be aligned with 1.5? Because in the end, we can't negotiate with nature. We need to reduce carbon emissions, and we needed to slash them in half by next decade. So that's what I would like everyone to take home with them, being obsessed about the performance piece and not just the commitments.
We have 7 years and 2 months until 2030, and if we're going to be able to halve emissions by then, we need to scale the existing solutions. I think we need to take the digital solutions that we have today and scale them fast and do that in the right way. And I think that needs to get an acknowledgement from the political side. But I think I'm not so hopeful for the political process to fix this without us. So I think we really need to work in partnerships as companies to drive this now. And that is what I would like to see.
Yes, and my takeaway is very much like yours, Mats, that COP is to me about partnerships and deepening our relations so we can work on this very complex issue or challenge that we're having. Nobody's going to make it on their own. We have to, and data is power and knowledge. So collecting that with the right quality and working together in partnerships with a deep trust. That's what I'm hoping for.
Brilliant. Thank you very much to all of you. I have to say my takeaway, I think, is actually the important role of the SME Climate Hub as well, which many of you have talked about, and actually the engagement as well with supply chains. I'm going to thank all of our speakers today. Thank you for listening as well, and I hope you found that a beneficial session. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello and welcome to this exciting new session that we have in the Pioneer the Possible Pavilion. This session is all about the Swedish industry transition and how fossil-free steel can lead the transition across the world, how it can change the world. My name is Robert Watt. I'm today's moderator for our discussion. I'm here as part of the Secretariat for the Leadership Group for Industry Transition, which was an initiative bringing together countries and companies with the highest ambitions to decarbonise heavy industry, and it is chaired by Sweden and India. Today we've got a fantastic panel for you. We also have a keynote speaker, but before I hand over to our keynote speaker, just a few facts and figures around steel and fossil-free steel. About 2 billion tonnes of steel is produced every year. It makes up 8% of global emissions. We are seeing a slight decline, globally speaking, in energy in the carbon dioxide intensity of steel. And there's a real pipeline of exciting projects in fossil-free or very low carbon steel production, and there are targets in place by a very large number of international steel companies. Some of that information you can find on the Leadership Group for Industry Transition's Green Steel Tracker, available on our website. But the speed of transition is not fast enough. We need to change not just in the niche markets of Sweden, but also across the world. And it's a great pleasure to be able to introduce you to our first speaker, our keynote from Johan Forsell, who is Minister for International Development Cooperation and Foreign Trade. Mr. Forsell, the floor is yours.
Thank you, dear everyone. Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure for me to be here at Sharm el-Sheikh and the Swedish Pavilion at COP27. And as the new Minister for Development Cooperation and Trade, which was pointed out here, I am very eager to really spread the word about the many groundbreaking solutions that not only drive climate action in Sweden, but it also supports the green transition all across the world. It can be nuclear, it can be renewable energy, it can be energy efficiency, green steel, transportation, waste management, or the financial sector. We do have a very broad range of sectors where so many Swedish companies can contribute to the spreading of green footprint to other countries. And this panel here today is about one of them, fossil-free steel and how it can change the world. And I think it's really an opportunity to share our technical knowledge and practical experience of responding to the urgent climate situation. And we invite you to partner with us. And as early movers in Sweden, we really want to inspire other countries in the belief, and I think this is very important, that this transition is not only necessary, but it can truly be done. And it's also an opportunity. It's an opportunity for trade, for growth, for new markets, and for prosperity. And as you know, Sweden aims to be climate neutral by 2045 at the latest. And this transition, as I said, is also good for the economy. And in adopting this new approach, new growth and new jobs, and in the end, more healthy societies in many ways are created as well. And let me start by sharing the story of industrial transition in Sweden. And in fact, taking into account the historical investments and technology breakthroughs that have been realized, I think we now can even talk about an ongoing industrial revolution. Not the least in the northern parts of Sweden, which used to be an area of depopulation. For example, battery production with Northvolt in the lead, fossil-free steel with hybrid that SSSB here today will tell you more about, as well as H2 green steel and other technologies, electrification of transport, chemical recycling of plastics. I am really looking forward to this panel, to take part in the discussions and learn from some true pioneers of the companies present in this panel. I appreciate the opportunity to listen and learn from these companies and to focus about the possibilities, not the obstacles. Thank you very much. Looking forward to hearing from this great panel.
Minister, thank you very much for providing those words of inspiration for us, and also prefiguring this fantastic panel. I'm sure there is a great deal that we will learn from hearing from them. And I'm going to split up our panel. We actually have 6 panelists for you. We've decided to break it into 2 panels to make it slightly easier for us to get everybody on stage. And I'm going to invite our first panel to join me on stage now. Martina Montesino-Malmberg from the Swedish Energy Agency, Martin Pei from SSAB, and Annika Ramsköld from Vattenfall. Welcome. Grab a microphone, guys. Super. Well, look, we've already heard of some of these pioneers in the space of in decarbonising industry. I'd like to start actually off with Martina, if I may. Because you work at the Swedish Energy Agency. You're not a company like these other guys here. So what's your role, and what's the role of the Energy Agency in this industry transition, and what are the success stories that you've had?
Yeah. Thank you very much for the question. And yes, I'm here representing the Swedish Energy Agency. We see the green energy transition as an integrated part in whole society at all levels, both nationally and internationally. And that is why we support projects, companies, along the whole value chain, innovation value chain, from fundamental research to implementation and export. And one of our biggest programs in order to support the industry is the Industrial Leap program, where we have supported the hybrid project, which I guess you will talk more about soon. And the purpose with this program is to support the industry in order to decarbonize and also to contribute to enable the decarbonization of the whole society. And we focus on implementation of new technologies, innovation, and new ideas, and we really look at like projects with collaboration in between different companies, also universities, but also this private public partnership in order to lower risks at an early stage in the project. I think this hybrid project is a really good example where we see what we can achieve if we do this together. But we also have this international perspective, because of course, we need to lower our emissions within the Swedish borders. But in order to reach the climate goals on a global level, which I think is the most important goal, we need to collaborate also with other countries. And we have several programs within international collaboration. One new initiative is the Sweden-US Green Transition Program in order to collaborate for this global climate goal. Yeah, so that is our role.
That's brilliant. Thank you very much, Martina. So you're right at the start there. You're not perhaps following through and giving money to these companies all the time, but you're there really to prime the pumps and get things started with that early stage. Can I turn to Annika now and ask you, Annika, you're from Vattenfall. Vattenfall is an energy company. Why are you here? Why are you so important for this industry transition?
Well, first of all, for us, in order for us to be able to build all the renewable energy that Minister was talking about, We need, of course, the steel for the wind towers. We need the steel for all the grid towers as well. So steel is very integrated into the supply chain and what we need to do. And we have as a direction to really enable fossil-free living within a generation. And that means that it's not enough that we build all this fossil-free energy. We also need to secure that the full value chain is fossil-free. And steel, along with cement, copper, aluminum, are key, really stand for the majority of the footprint in our supply chain. And therefore, it was very natural for us to start approaching a company like SSAB and LKAB, looking at how can electricity and Vattenfall contribute to ensure that we transform other sectors to go away from fossil fuels and instead use renewable electricity. And that's when we then started the dialogue and found that we had a joint target. It was really great to see that we now, in a very short period, have managed to get the joint venture in place, and now already, like Martin will talk about, really deliver. And we will hear also the off-takers later on in this panel, that it's not only an idea, it's gone all the way from a clear idea into actually piloting it and now producing and using it.
Thank you, Annika. Let me turn to Martin now. We've heard about the need to have the support from the Swedish Energy Agency, from government. We've heard about the need to connect up with partners who are there not only as key enablers for you, but also as partners along the value chain. Tell us a little bit more, Martin, about what has really enabled SSAB and the other partners in hybrid to come together.
Yes, thank you very much. As Annika mentioned, steel is extremely important for the modern society. Minister also talked about this is a possibility for Sweden, but also for the world. Steel is needed for almost everything, producing electricity, for water we drink, food production, everything needs steel. But currently steel is a part of the problem for climate change, because the steel is needed to be produced not only from recycled scrap, which is not enough. We need every year produce about 1 billion ton, more than 1 billion ton of steel from iron ore. And that is where this 8% Robert mentioned CO2 emission comes from. We need to continue to produce steel from iron ore, but then we need to develop a breakthrough technology so that we can produce steel from iron ore without CO2 emission. That was the really reason why in 2016 SSAB teamed up with Vattenfall and LKAB want to really take the challenge of developing this technology that can be applied at commercial scale. So we solve the problem steel has instead of turn it into an opportunity. And we got a great support from an agency so that we can do very extensive R&D program. So far we have spent in total around 200 million US dollars for this research program. We have shown that this technology works. We have delivered steel to Volvo Group, who have delivered trucks they announced today, the first electrical driven trucks using fossil-free steel for the main frame to Amazon. It's a great achievement. Earlier they have delivered a yellow truck to NCC, which is actually running in southern Sweden. So technology works, and we really solve the problem from the root cause. Instead of producing steel and generating 8% of world's CO2 emission, now with the hybrid technology we have proven it actually emits only water. I have a bottled water from the hybrid pilot plant, which we can take care of and even purify it back to drinking water. So we are really now moving ahead with this, and now we have a very aggressive plan. We want to speed up our transition, a big investment program we have launched that we want to take away 10% of Sweden's CO2 emission around 2030. That is our aim, and that has been a great success because we have teamed up with partners, but also our customers that we will listen more soon that will have access to this fossil-free steel.
Thank you very much, Martin. Annika, I want to come back to you and ask about what you see as being some of the remaining challenges for Vattenfall, but also for this ecosystem of actors and companies and organisations involved in the industry transition and the green transition. What are those challenges? Perhaps start off with those that you're facing in Sweden or in Europe, and then perhaps more globally as well.
Well, if I start with the challenges that we see, one key challenge is, of course, to secure that we get the permissions and acceptance of building all this new energy that is needed. And there I do have to say, earlier we talked about NIMBY, so not in my backyard. But these days, I see a very worrying trend, and we started to call it banana. Build absolutely nothing anywhere near anybody. And I think this is something that we need to get around. We need to get everyone to realize that in order for us to do this very important transition to transit the transport sector, the heavy industries, we need to secure that we can also build the energy needed for that. And that means that we cannot, everyone cannot say, yes, I like it, but not here. We need to realize that any industry that need to do it need to have the electricity close to it. And if we want to have a city where we can go with electric buses, we need to accept that there is wind farms or solar panels or any other means of electricity close to that. So that is one of the key sort of challenges. But if I want to be on the more optimistic side, what I also want to add, a partnership like this with hybrid. Here we test how to store hydrogen and produce it. That technology can then be transferred to other sectors. So we know now that we are able to store hydrogen. That hydrogen is a very good means of also storing electricity that is then produced, for instance, with a more intermittent wind sources like wind and solar. So that's a source of storage that we learn in this partnership. So I think in general, we need to realize that we start a partnership with one specific idea of what we want to accomplish, but very often we learn things that we can then multiply and apply in other sectors. And that's really the beauty about doing things in partnerships.
Brilliant. Before I come to Martin, actually, I'm going to hop over to Martina, actually, because I think some of the things that Annika was beginning to touch upon in terms of, there's a positive note, there are opportunities here, but we need to grasp them. Perhaps you want to talk to us a little bit about, from a point of view of energy, how do we use it, how do we prioritise its use, but also how do we make sure that we've got enough of it? What are the sort of principles that you and the Energy Agency are working with?
I think that the main principle is that we really need to focus on many things at the same time. We really need to have a number of technology in order to be able to do this transition. And I'm really happy that you mentioned the hydrogen storage. I actually visited it last winter. But that is one really good example on a technology that is under development right now. But we need to look into all kind of technologies. We have wind, we have nuclear power, we have solar power, etc. But we also need to look into the material and energy efficiency, and also now with this energy crisis we're in right now, how do we use the energy? How can we use it in a smart way in order to save energy for a good purpose?
Thank you very much, Martina. I'd like to come back to you, Martin, if I may. And you've begun to talk a little bit about how you've enabled the transition. What about the rest of the value chain and the role of demand, the people who are actually going to buy this product? So you tell us a bit about why it matters and how you've persuaded them that you've got the right amount of the material at the right price available to them.
Yes, when we started the hybrid initiative, a lot of our peers and also customers were not sure if this new technology produced steel would be too costly. What we have shown so far is the technology we have developed is actually producing a superb quality of products and also more cost efficiently. So that provides the opportunity for us, together with our customers, to really move ahead with the quick transition decisions. We know that initially the technology will cost more because the industry is not mature enough. For example, electrolyzer industry has not scaled up enough. But we believe strongly, just like what happened with the wind power, solar power, when the industry takes off, the cost curve will come down. That was our common belief that we have had with our great partnership customers. They shared the same vision as us. So they believed even in the beginning this will cost slightly more, but this is the right way to go because we solve the root cause of CO2 emissions. And our scope 1, scope 2 emission is scope 3 emission for our customers. So we need to work really in the value chain because steel industry cannot solve the whole emission issue alone. We need to work with energy companies, mining companies, and then like Volvo, like Alfa Laval, and Peab, all the customers that are waiting for fossil-free steel. With joint efforts, we can make this change. Now we have shown this is possible. So we are here really to share this experience of this collaboration, success story, but also inspire others to see the opportunities. Because this creates great business opportunities. And we just announced 1 month ago that we have filed in hybrid a portfolio of patents. We want to share this know-how with the rest of the world. Because if we cut 10% Sweden's CO2 emission, of course it's good, but it's not going to save the world. We can save the world when this technology is used by China, India, many others. Then we can really make a big impact.
Thank you very much, Martin. You've actually managed to answer the last question I was going to ask. But I'm going to ask it anyway because I'd like to offer it to the whole of the panel. The title of our session is about changing the world. And we've seen how it can be done, how it's starting to happen in Sweden, maybe a few other countries where some of these ideas are being picked up. But can you say one thing, perhaps, about what you think needs to happen in order to go and scale up from the hybrid plants that we have in Sweden to something that truly changes the world? We've heard a little bit about patents and value chains, but are there other things that you think are critical to get to scale at an international level? Because unfortunately, just doing it in the north of Sweden isn't enough. Annika, please.
Well, I think one thing is that we need to secure that there is enough demand, and I think there SSAB and Vattenfall are both part of the First Movers Coalition. And there it's all about creating a very clear demand signal from companies that we want these breakthrough technologies. And that's why we have joined to sort of wanting that for steel, for cement, for aviation, for trucking, etc. That is a very important thing. And I also think it's by entering into those type of initiatives that we then can showcase this good case we have in Sweden where we have built the full value chain, just show how this can be done. And then since we have promised to buy this, it means that when we as Vattenfall have a discussion with someone that is producing heat exchangers that we will hear about later, or wind turbines, then we ask them, we want to have this fossil-free steel in that. And then you start creating those demand signals. That is a very good way. And then they say, well, we don't know how to do it. Well, we do. We know actors that can. And here you also have patents and you can multiply those. So I think it's really about spreading the word very widely. And that's also the reason why we're here at COP, trying to inspire and show that this is absolutely possible.
Martina.
I totally agree. And I think all kinds of collaboration, crossing all kinds of borders is really important now to go faster, go further. And this system perspective that we need to focus on so many things at the same time in order to reach the goals.
Thank you. We've got maybe a couple of minutes before I want to bring up our other panel. So I'd actually like to ask if there's anyone in our audience who might have a question, a short question. I can see a hand being waved over here. And a second question at the back afterwards. We'll take one after the other, please.
So hi, my name is Yvonne. I'm from Delta Electronics Foundation. So I have a question for Martin especially. So you just mentioned that you believe that in the future the cost of the hydrogen steel will go down. But do you have you foreseen a timeline that like when will this technology be scaled up and popularized globally? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. Let's take another one quickly at the back. And Martin, you can begin answering.
Yes. Hello, Anna Freeman from the Clean Energy Council in Australia, where we've been watching what you're doing quite closely and very interested in it. Just a question, you mentioned that you're part of a First Movers Coalition. The question I have is, well, why? What triggered you to do this when you embarked on this journey a few years ago? What was it? And what did you need to get started? Because $200 million, I think, is what you said you've spent so far. It's a sizable sum of cash for a steel plant that might not be making big margins. Where did you find it, and what do you need to get started?
Yes, I start with the first question of the cost curve. We know that the first scale-up that we are right now planning in a hybrid collaboration is 2026. We are going to construct the first demonstration plant, and the SSAB will shut down the auxiliary zone facility, so we will provide the first volumes commercially to our customers from 2026. And that first investment, we know that will not be very cost efficient because the electrolyzer technology is really scale up yet. But we believe that in the coming 5-10 years, the cost will come down. And there are a lot of initiatives. The European Union is investing a lot in this hydrogen program, and worldwide, a lot of companies are investing in this. So we are quite confident that sometime in the future, this technology will become cost competitive. And coming back to the second question, why we started this initiative, because the first referring to our minister's introduction, Sweden was one of the countries that set the toughest climate goals. It became a climate law 2016. SSAB, as a single company, we stand for 10% of Sweden's CO2 emission. So without SSAB taking this seriously, we'll have difficulty to deliver those goals. So that's number one. Number two is that we have been leading this technology development already many decades ago. In 1980s, SSAB LKB did one of the most significant step change in technology development. Our current blast furnace technology is world leading, but even with that, we are still the largest CO2 emission company. So that was the reason why we said 2016, we need to take next step. And to do that, we need Vattenfall, and we need support from the Swedish Energy Agency. This is a significant investment program of R&D. It was a great courage from SSAB's board, but also our partners' board, to do these investments. Because without these investments, we would not have been standing here to show this really works. So, very important, just one comment to your last question regarding how to scale up this quickly. We believe the world needs to put a price on CO2. Good system in Europe now, but it's lacking in many other places in the world. That is a very important driver, we believe. The second, the world needs to agree upon a common standard. What should be called for green steel or near zero emission steel? Because today there is no transparency, there is no credibility, and we need to create that. And third, we need to have a level playing field. We can't have a regulatory framework that punish the front runners. We need to create the momentum so that this transition can happen quickly.
May I also answer on your questions on why we as Vattenfall entered into the partnership? It is because it's our absolute true belief that in order for us to safeguard the future business models and secure that we are a company that are ready to take the challenges of the future. We need to go this way. There is no other way. We know the climate is sending very clear signals on what needs to be done. And for us, we say that we don't do it because we think it's our responsibility. We do it because we believe that it makes business sense. We learn, like I said already, how to store electricity as hydrogen. We secure that we have the fossil-free steel for what we're building for the future, that we have the fossil-free cement, etc. It is absolutely necessary. So I have a very hard time to believe that people say you cannot do it, it's too high premium. I would say if you don't do it, you are risking that you are going to be obsolete in a few years' time because you don't have a business models that customers are asking and wanting. So for me, it is really a business driver and the business reasons for doing this.
Thank you, Annika. And thank you very much to the whole of this panel. Thank you to those two really great questions as well. Thank you from everybody. And now we will move on to our second panel. And our second panel, we have two people joining us online. So I now cross my fingers. You should probably also cross your fingers to hope that everything works. Fantastic. Linnea, you're with us. Linnea Peterson from Volvo Cars. I'd like to invite Thomas Muller to come up from Alfa Laval. And do we also have our final guest from Peab, Anna Högberg? Let's see. Yes, hello Anna, welcome. Great to have you with us today. Super. I'm going to kick off with a question that I think perhaps goes for all of you. All of you as members of the value chain here that we've begun to hear about, and I hope you feel that your ears have been burning red about how important you are to really be key actors in changing this industry. But what is the role of fossil-free steel in your own sustainability transition? I'm actually going to start online, if it's all right with you, Thomas. And I'm going to start with Anna, because I can see you quite clearly at the moment. Anna.
Yeah. It's a big part of our business. After mapping our sources of greenhouse gas emission, we can state that materials we use in our production account for a significant part of our operations' total emissions. And looking at the different materials within our constructions, we see that steel is one of the biggest contributors. So we want to start with our biggest flows of material and change this into a decarbonization way. So steel is really important, and we also within Peab we have several initiatives within our own operations where we also see initiatives such as low carbon concrete, asphalt and mineral aggregates. So we see a strong pull for just entering partnerships with our external suppliers in order to develop low carbon solutions, which are crucial in the way of reaching our climate neutrality in 2045.
Thank you very much, Anna. A couple of points I think it's really interesting to pick up on that is first of all, of course, you need to engage with your suppliers, SSAB and others, to meet your own sustainability targets, and also that this is something that is happening in more than one sector. So actually you're looking for a decarbonisation in many different industrial sectors. So it's a sort of a vision and an approach for the company as a whole. And now I'd like to ask Thomas the same sort of question. What's the role of fossil fuel steel for you in Alfa Laval?
Yeah, so I brought a piece of equipment with me here just so everybody get a feel for what we are doing. And this is a heat exchanger, and we are deploying millions of these every year. And that is actually equal to around 100 gigawatt in energy savings. And that is 50 million tons CO2. That's the same emission as Sweden. So we need more of these units out, and that's our main contribution to the Paris Agreement, you could say. But of course, we also need to get our own house in order. And as you see, this unit is full of steel. And we want to have carbon neutral products by 2030. And that is not many years away. So that's why we launched this collaboration with SSAB in end of May to say we need to get access to fossil-free steel, and we're actually now having the first unit just some months after, and we will deliver first units to customers in next year. And that is to have energy, footprint savings on our own technologies. And we have been out, so we are an off-taker to SSAB, and we have been out testing the markets now, coming out to data centers, coming out to the chemical industry, coming out to electrolyzer producers with a lot of heat exchangers around and say, are you interested in heat exchangers with fossil-free steel? And there is such a pull. So I think that is our role here, that we can get our own house in order, but we can also help getting the scalability going by coming out in so many more industry verticals and getting the fossil-free steel out there.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Thomas. That's really inspiring in terms of the numbers that you're talking about and how you're really enabling a whole other set of value chains as well to begin to decarbonise. And I'd now like to turn to Volvo, please. Linnea, you're with us on screen now. So same question to you. What's the role of fossil-free steel for your sustainability transition?
For us, it's absolutely critical. We as a company have a target to become climate neutral by 2040, and that includes scope 1, 2, and 3. So we need to be able to find near zero materials to be able to get there. So all the materials that are used in the vehicle, and today steel is still the sort of largest material group in the vehicle, which means that being able to find near zero steel is a must for us, absolutely. And that's one of the reasons why Volvo cars use the Zero Steel or Steel Zero organization this spring in order to really show the need for the near zero steel within the automotive industry to encourage not just SSAB, but other steel makers around the world to speed up their climate neutrality roadmaps. Because this is a huge pull within the industry for this material.
Can I follow that up with you, Linnea, and maybe others might want to come in, because I think it's quite interesting. You're beginning to be customer facing. Okay, maybe not completely. Linnea, you're becoming, Volvo cars, consumer facing almost. Can you just tell us a little bit about what is it that means that your customers are prepared to pay a bit of a premium, or why is it they want this? Could you tell us a bit about that?
Well, I think it's an important part of the transformation towards electricity, the electrical vehicle, that we know that that has a high footprint due to the batteries. And of course, if you're going for a car that throughout its lifetime will have a lower carbon footprint, you also want the entire vehicle to have a lower footprint when it leaves our production gates. So we see a lot of the customers asking us for this. What are the carbon footprints of the different vehicles? And we also see the fleet customers. We're here producing a product that will help our customers reduce their CO2 targets. And I mean, looking at the sort of European companies, there are a lot of companies that have sort of climate neutrality roadmaps and targets in line with us, sort of 2040 or before 2040. And that means that they need to find mobility solutions for their sort of staff. And that's where both we and sort of other European brands will come in and sort of help that transition. So we are getting asked about the carbon footprint of vehicles and how we will reduce that as we go forward.
Thanks, Thomas.
I can do the consideration of that. I think this is COP. We all run around and say we need to go into action mode, right? And I could have said to Martin, well, when you have the same price, then we will be interested, right? But we need to go into action, and we all need to chip in. And we are very ambitious in our own carbon emission targets, and we have a lot of customer relations where they have high ambitions as well. So enabling those relations and say, because they are also saying, how can we go in action mode? And here's a very concrete example. The next heat exchanger you buy, it's a bit more expensive, but we get through it, we get the scalability, we get to 2026, 27, and then prices will start to come down. But if we all chip in and do some action now, then we will come over this. If we all want the future perfect, it kills all initiatives right now. So I think we have so many customers that want to show action.
Thanks very much, Thomas. Anna, if you're still with us, I mean, I wanted to bring this to you. I mean, you also have a tale to tell about the conversations you have with your customers and why is it that they're prepared to go for this. And I'm particularly interested because I can imagine that some of your customers may well be public procurement customers as well.
Yeah, we already see a great customer demand that are increasing both from the private sector, but from the public sector as well, and they are really leading the transition in Sweden in some ways and putting out really high demands on the construction industry. And we have, from a legislative point of view, also from the 1st of January this year, the new Act on Declaration of Buildings. So from now on, all the buildings in Sweden need to declare the climate impact on a project level. And we can see that from 2027 or as early as 2025, the National Board of Housing, Building and Planning will actually put the limit values on the carbon emission from our buildings. So we need to prepare for that. And also the result from our partnership with SSAB in quantifying the emission reduction in relation to fossil-free steel will be serve as a basis for those limit values as well, to be able to plan where we are going to be able to reduce our climate impact on the project level, but we also want to look at the national level. What can this have for impact if we scale up this to other construction industries as well?
While we have you on screen, Anna, I'd like to ask a quick question about the international dimension for you. I mean, to what extent is Peab working in other markets outside of Sweden and the Nordics, and how does what you've described as the approach of Peab in terms of working for fossil-free steel or purchasing fossil-free steel and green cement, how does that reflect in perhaps this international dimension and scaling up outside of just Sweden and the Nordics?
Of course, Peab right now is a Nordic company, and we are present in the Nordic countries. But we are seeing our partnership now that we have an interest in a different scale, and we actually just handed in a research application in order to make our findings more public and reach out to other sectors. And the focus now is to quantify it on a national level, but we of course see the possibility to scale up this in other sectors as well. So we want to be the first company, but we also want to spread the word and actually make these numbers available. And also we want to look into what part of a building can we exchange, because it's a complex structure, and also we need to look at the civil engineering part as well. So we have a big investigation ahead of us just to make sure that which parts are able to change and how much impact will that make. So yeah.
That's really interesting, Anna, and it's a sort of counterpart to what Martin was talking about when he was saying, formally speaking, we've got patents and now we're going to be making this technology, these things available. You're talking perhaps more about know-how about how to, work with these materials and build buildings and have construction that is, carbon neutral. And I think that's a fascinating way to think about how to spread and disseminate these great innovations and new practices. One last question to the three of you, if I may, and be as crisp and succinct as you can, if you can. What do you want to see from the steel sector and others potentially to speed up the transition? And I'll start with Thomas. What would you want to see from the steel sector to really accelerate?
I think here we don't have an offtake challenge. That's not the bottleneck. We need more supply, and we need more than one or two steel provider pioneers. I mean, I like Martin's comment earlier that this really has to be becoming the industry standard, that everybody can produce some fossil-free steel, at least, because right now we can sell more than we have access to. That is the clear message. It looks better in 5-8 years, but we can do much more if more companies are coming in on the supply side.
I saw both Linnea and Anna nodding at that point, but if you want to add any other things, Linnea, please.
We really need the steel industries to speed up and also need sort of near zero steel available on multiple continents. Volvo Cars has production both in North America, Asia, and Europe, and we need to be able to get access to the near zero steel on all those continents for our production. We would also like to see a larger variety of grades being available. Today, with a limited amount of steel manufacturers going towards near zero, we will then see a reduced steel palette. And of course, in a car, we have a large variety of different steel types and steel grades in there. So we need to be able to source all the types that we have on all the different continents, and preferably, you know, much before 2040, when we need to have our climate neutral vehicles on the road.
Thanks very much, Linnea. And with a great indication of what timescale you need this in. Anna.
I just want to acknowledge what the other ones has been saying as well. We also have a problem that not all our products are available from the fossil-free perspective at the moment. So we need to scale up that. And we also see a need for transparency within the steel sector in terms of how we quantify the climate impact and how we calculate as well. Yeah, more transparency and speeding up the transition as well.
Thank you very much. So we want, and I'm looking at Martin here a little bit here, we want more steel, we want it in more markets, easily available, we want more grades, and we want to have that transparency as well. So what an opportunity, I think, here, given the demand signal that you're hearing just from these three players in the market. Thank you very much to all three of you for your contributions today. And we're running slightly over time, so I'm going to only just do a very, very quick summary, which is that I think it's been fascinating to hear in this panel the extent to which the pioneering efforts and partnerships in Sweden, that now they're at a stage in thinking about how to scale up internationally, and whether that is through building the value chains and working in partnership, using patents and really making sure that they get used in as many places as possible, or through sharing the know-how. We've heard many different examples, and of course the example of export of the vehicles, export of heat exchangers. Again, we're seeing how these things can really contribute to changing the world, not just at home. Thank you very much for your attention today.
Can you hear me now? Sorry. Welcome everyone, welcome back to the Swedish Pavilion. Welcome to everyone of you who made yourself comfortable here in the Pavilion, and also welcome everyone joining us online from Business Sweden's online web platform and also through We Don't Have Time. So we have gathered some of the most front-running stakeholders from public and private sector, academia and civil society here at COP27 to discuss and showcase some best practice examples on how we can pioneer the possible through innovation, policy and innovations. And today, I'm going to moderate this session. My name is Emma Modér Viking. I'm Head of Sustainability at Business Sweden, which is the Swedish Trade and Invest Council. And I am going to moderate a session on carbon capture storage and how we can create a market for trade of negative emissions and carbon removals. And as you all know, in order for us to reach the Paris Agreement and limit the global warming to 1.5 degrees, we need, of course, to drastically minimize and reduce our emissions. And that is obviously an urgency. But also, according to IPCC, we also need negative emissions. And this is something we're going to discuss today with two different panels. But before inviting the two panels up here on stage to kickstart the discussions on how we can enable the scale of negative emissions, we are handing over the word to you, Anders. You are the CEO of Stockholm Exergy, and you have an impressive target ahead of you where you are aiming to be the first producer in the world of sustainable biocarbon capture storage and also Europe's first large-scale provider and supplier of negative emissions. So I would like to ask you if you kindly can just give us a little introduction to how you're working and also how you're going to actually reach these fantastic ambitions and targets.
Thanks, and thanks for this session, which will be very interesting to listen to a lot of the other panelists and how they actually will make this possible. What we are doing, actually, we are a district heating and combined heat and power company in Sweden. We are located in Stockholm. We have done the journey of reduction of fossil oil, coal, so we could see clearly that we can't reach net zero without actually also remove some of the carbon dioxide which actually we have in our operation in scope 2 and scope 3. What we actually could see that we can actually add carbon capture to our biogenic combined heat and power plant, and by doing that we can capture close to 1 million ton of CO2, which then creates negative emissions. And we can clearly see that this road is necessary. It's necessary for us to do, but we can also see that there's a huge potential in Sweden, in Norway, in Finland, and in many other countries, which has the possibility to utilize sustainable biomass and then add carbon capture. What we then are doing when we have captured this carbon is actually to liquefy it, transport it, and then permanently store it under the sea level, and it will be there for thousand and thousand years, and it will be mineralized by time. So that is a really removal of carbon from the atmosphere.
Impressive, and it's truly also a pioneering innovation that you currently have developed and developing. And I would like to ask also how, I mean, it's clear also that it's a need for this innovation and we need to scale it. So I wonder how we can create a more efficient market of negative emissions.
It's clear for me that we have a pathway regarding reduction of fossil emissions, but we need a clear pathway also regarding removals. And in order then to have a pathway for removals, we need to have a framework which actually sets the rules, so it's actually transparent, it's clear, we can trade with these negative emissions in a way which will be sustainable, and also create also investors to see this is something which is really reliable, it gives you a removal in a permanent way, and that also is needed in order to reach the Paris Agreement or even to be close to the Paris Agreement.
What would you say would be, I mean, there's obviously a lot of possibilities here, but do you have any concrete social economic benefits that you possibly could give us in terms of what this could mean and what that could contribute to society, not only in climate matters, but also in socio-economic matters?
Yeah, actually, when we started this project, we were focusing very much on our own project. But then we realized that this has so huge potential, and it also creates a lot of other benefits. So we made a socioeconomic report and could clearly see that in order to reach the Swedish targets, we could create 11,000 direct jobs, 20,000 indirect jobs, and the gross domestic product will gain from this with 24 billion Swedish crowns. That's an enormous sum, and it's much cheaper to do that and to do a pathway where we actually will never reach net zero. So this is really a pathway which is both socioeconomic beneficial and it's also beneficial for the climate.
We just had the Minister of Trade and Development Aid here in the previous panel, and he just referred to exactly that the innovations that you're creating today, they're not only efficient and important for the green transition in order for us to reach the climate targets, but also creating new jobs and growth for Sweden, but of course also way outside of our borders as well. And it's clear that we can create all these opportunities both in Sweden and outside of Sweden, but also what kind of challenges are you currently seeing in terms of the development of creating this market for negative emissions?
If I take it from a global perspective, firstly, and I hope we will listen more to the next session in this panel, there is optimism, I would say. There is a feeling that now we need to actually accelerate this journey. We need removal, and we need just to set the framework and utilize the Article 6, which actually are promoting as much removal and as much reduction as possible. And then we need actually to then set standards which makes us accountable and also transparent, so that we can rely on what we are trading when we are trading these carbon removal certificates in the future.
Thank you. And with that, I would actually like to extend our panel here, and I would like to invite Fredrik Ekström, President of Nasdaq Stockholm, and also Niklas Karlsson, the Director for International Market Development at the Swedish Energy Agency. And Fredrik and Niklas, welcome up here on stage. I would like to start with you, Fredrik. As we have mentioned, we have a huge carbon debt. We obviously also have the technologies in place. But how do we maximize this? How can we ensure that we can scale this as fast as possible and the most efficient as possible?
Well, I think the role of capital market is really to ensure that capital are allocated where it's needed. And in this stage, there are very, I would say, early technologies. They are not bankable yet. So we need to promote capital allocation from public and from the private side, because it will not be enough with either or. We have to allocate capital through these projects so they can scale up. And I think that's the role of the market, to make sure that that happens. And that happens through buyers coming to the market, creating a buying signal, a commitment to supplier, maybe through offtake agreement or other type of financial instrument that make others know that if I build out, if I invest in this project and produce this, I have a buyer. And that's what's creating, I would say, the route for the scale-up. But we need to be, as Anders said, we need to have an infrastructure in place that doesn't sort of stop the possibility of this flow to happen. And that's why, again, coming back to Article 6, Article 6 should promote the scale-up and not become a hinder to it.
Thank you very much, Fredrik. Please, Niklas, what are your thoughts of this from a public perspective representing the Swedish Energy Agency?
No, but I agree with Fredrik and what he mentioned. I think we need support from the government and from the agencies in order to make this transition happen. And that's also why we've been supporting this initiative for quite some years now. And I think one example is standing on the stage with me. And we are also leading the Competence Center for BioCCS at the Swedish Energy Agency. So we do believe in this technology. There are some challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities. So I think we need to create a platform where we can discuss both the challenges, but primarily the opportunities, in order to set up a whole ecosystem that will work, I think.
Thank you. And would you just give us a little more information on how you are supporting this process currently at the Swedish Energy Agency?
Sure. So we support it financially. together with the companies that we're working on. But then we're also working on different reports to set out the incentives that we need in order to promote this technology further coming up. And I think this is a solution that is already applicable in Sweden, but of course the potential is to scale it up internationally as well.
And how would you say, how important is this technology for Sweden to reach our climate targets and also for EU to reach their climate targets?
I think it's important, but this solution alone is not more important than other solutions. We need all these solutions we are discussing in the Swedish Pavilion in order to reach the goals. So I think it's not one single solution, it's a multiple solution that will get us there, for sure.
And we've been talking about how we can create and drive incentives and also build this infrastructure and the ecosystem in order to drive and scale. And I wonder, how can we then establish a regulatory framework where we can combine both public and private funding? I don't know if you would like to continue this conversation.
No, but I think it's important that the government and the agencies, they can support it to some extent, but at some point the companies and the private sector need to take it further without the government or the agency support. And I think that's also what the private sector wants. But first you need a structure.
Frederick, please.
I think many of these projects are, as I said before, high risk, of course, because it's not proven technology yet fully. So having some kind of public funding in a very early stage, and then private market comes in and support the longer investment case and scale up, and that's where I think markets can play a role. And I think when it comes to the regulatory framework, it's also about understanding that this is a huge task, that we today we remove maybe a couple of 100,000 tons of CO2 from the atmosphere, and IPCC talk about 5 gigaton. It's not a small step, it's a huge step we're going to take. So how do we do that together, public, private, companies? So I think in this also, around regulation, we need credibility, but we also need alignment, like between legislations, or between Europe, US, and between countries. So it's not an island of many different regulations.
Indeed. And Anders, would you like to comment on that? What is your perspective then from being this pioneering companies? What incentives do you see is needed?
I fully agree with much what both of my colleagues in this panelists are saying now, but I think also that being a forerunner as we are now, we are actually aiming to have the first large-scale biocarbon capture and removal facility up and running 2026. It's a flagship project for Europe, and it's a flagship project for Europe since there will be followers. But being the first, we are trying to handle much of the problems which are regulation, establishing the voluntary carbon market, how will they interact, how will it be possible to take an investment decision which are more or less 1/3 of our balance sheet, and then have the trust that this will fly. Even if the first project will not be super profitable, we need at least to secure that we are not spending money which we are just losing. So in order to make all this happen, I think we need to speed up a lot around regulation. We need, for instance, to transport CO2 from Sweden to Norway. Today it is not allowed. We need to accept that CO2 on a boat is not hazardous waste. So we need to handle that issue also. And then we need to also have the national framework for instance, for reversed auction. So we can apply for that. And then on top of that, we need to have the European and global framework regarding principle of how should this new market for negative emission develop fast enough. But I think then we need to get back one step. The overall goal, I think everyone agrees upon. And we also agree upon that this needs to be a system where we are really clear that we have a transparent way of actually storage permanently CO2, that we actually are accountable for making that happen, and then the customers which are working on the voluntary carbon market can rely that this is a certificate and can purchase. But the calculation, of course, can only be once. One state can claim for this, and one company can claim for it. And I think that's the discussion ongoing now at the moment, and I don't think that's I think no one wants to have double claiming for two states claiming the same, and not we at all. I think one company claim it and one nation can claim it. But that's the same with reduction. And that works very well with reduction, so it should be working with negative emission as well.
Please, Fredrik.
Well, I think, Anders, I don't think you have to worry about the market. The market will be there. We have built markets before. It's going to be a global market, absolutely. It's, of course, there is a little bit lack of regulation today. It's a very nascent market. It will take some time to get global regulation, and then markets will, based on that, help you and others to sort of transact it. And I think what's needed here is maybe a global body of some kind, and hopefully the Integrity Council of Voluntary Carbon Market, who comes out with guidelines and principle early next year, could be that body. But I think that's what needed for everyone to start to feel maybe a little bit more secure that they can trust the market.
But are you not worried at all about the double accounting claiming difficulties and challenges?
I mean, Article 6 are the details. The devils are always in the details. I think we all agree that the overarching purpose is to maximize impact. We want to remove as much CO2 as we can. We want public funding to help with that, without project to help with that. We want the market to help with that. I don't know enough about Article 6 to be saying it should be like that or that, but I think it has to support the scale-up, and that is the overarching purpose.
And what kind of trends are you seeing? I mean, you are representing Nasdaq Sweden and Stockholm, and what are you as a global company as you are? What kind of trends are you seeing globally in terms of how you perceive carbon capture globally, and where are the trends? Where are we in Sweden, in Europe, and globally, and what actions need to be done?
I mean, to reflection, I was on a lunch today focusing only on carbon removals with representatives from all the world, Africa, US, Europe, Asia, and the focus is very, very high on the agenda, and there is a sense of urgency that we need to move faster because we are approaching 2030 quite fast. So I think a lot of things will happen. We can also look in US what happened. They didn't have that many projects like Anders had, but then they did legislative changes, the Inflation Reduction Act, 45Q, and after that it spurred a lot of projects and a lot of activity. So of course politicians can play a role in creating an infrastructure that drive sort of innovation and scale up.
Niklas, what are your view on this from a public perspective and representing the Swedish Energy Agency?
I think I agree, and we're seeing a lot of changes at the moment. We need to see where they lead. This is for sure something that we will continue to work on. We are about to publish a report in the next year, raising some of the solutions that we would like to recommend. So I will have to wait the result of that.
Could you just elaborate a little bit on how you can support in driving the incentives and the scale up from of course, a regulatory framework, but also help the market continue driving the market and the acceleration of negative emissions?
I think it's a hard question to answer straight up, but I think what you mentioned, Anders, we need to test and verify the solutions, because that's what allows us to scale it up, both nationally and internationally. And at the moment, a lot of people are talking about this, as many people are talking about hydrogen, for instance, but you need to see the proof of concept. And I think seeing is believing. That's something I always say, and I think that goes for this case as well.
And Anders, what would you think would be the largest challenges, but also the benefits if we can actually get this regulatory framework in place?
First, let me say, I'm quite optimistic that we will be able to actually establish this full-scale facility already in commercial operation 2026. That means that we will need to take an investment decision early 2024. That's what we're aiming for. And then we'll be a leading CO2 capture and storage in Europe. What I can see and hear is actually that in order to the technology challenges I think we have the know-how. We have a test facility. It's working perfectly. We are capturing 97% of the CO2. It works. We are working with the transportation. We know that there are shipping possibilities to ship this CO2. We know that the storage are working as we have been collaborating with other countries and partners. So. But there's a lot of things which should happen. I think that's maybe the largest challenge. And at the same time, we are also working with the voluntary carbon marking and have a lot of interest from the voluntary carbon market, which are actually willing to purchase this CO2. But they also need to have some kind of security that this will be counted also after 5 years or after 10 years. And I think there is one of the things which we need to solve, and I think it's definitely possible to solve that quite quickly, and that will give even more speed to the market, and that will also create more private funding into this kind of project, and then also the subsidies which we can call, which we have received also from the Energy Agency, has actually been working very, very well. Starting up a new industry, then it can scale up.
Fredrik, how do you think we can then avoid that we have too many ways of measuring this, and also how we can also ensure that we also avoid the too many different standards?
I think the most important is that there is a framework for which every standard needs to adhere to. Someone that sets the minimum guidelines, threshold rules for how this should be, and that should of course be based on science. Then within that framework, it's good with many different standards, innovation in new methodology. As you say, it's not all, now we're talking about BECCS, but there are other carbon removal methodologies there too, and standards around that. So I think it's not the number of standards, it's the quality of them that is important, and that's why we need this framework.
We're running off this first panel, but I would like to ask you, Niklas, what is Sweden's role in this, would you say?
No, I think we do have a very important role, but in the beginning, not at the end. And I think that's worth highlighting again. We can help with the financing to get things going, but that's our job. And I think I don't see it expanding further than that, to be honest. And of course, the regulatory side to some extent.
Fredrik, what do you think?
Well, I fully agree. I think it is the private market that should then take on and sort of continue to carry the investment, make offtake agreement, create buying signals to all of these projects, so they know when Anders makes his investment case, he should know pretty much what the price is and what he can calculate with. So I think we need to help driving transparency around price formation, and then we all need to work together. I think collaboration is the key here to really fasten up the process.
Please.
If I can add something, we do have programs in roughly 20 countries around the world where the Swedish Energy Agency is working together with other governments, focusing on either countries or thematic areas. And if this concept works, if we can show the proof of concept, we could also play an important role rolling this out into the world with credibility, Sweden AB, and so on. So I think that's worth mentioning.
Indeed. And Anders, we will be joined by a new set of panelists, but I would like to say thank you so much to you, Fredrik Ekström, President for Nasdaq Sweden, and also Niklas Karlsson, you're the Director of International Market Development at Energy Agency. Thank you. So now I would like to introduce the next panel. Thank you so much for joining the first one. I would like to welcome up Christian Rönn, the CEO and co-founder of Normative, and Per Lars-Hans, you are the Director of Sustainability at Ragn-Sells, and also Madeleine Gilborn, you are Head of Clean Technologies and VP at the Energy Division at Alfa Laval. And I would actually like to start with you, Per. You are representing a world-leading waste management and recycling company. And we have heard an amazing technology that has been presented by the Stockholm Exergy. I wonder what your view is on carbon capture markets, but also if you see any other alternatives for these kind of concepts.
Yes, thank you so much. First, I would like to see directly into the camera and say, mayors around the world, look what Stockholm is doing. Look what the energy company in Stockholm are doing. This is amazing. Make sure that you copy it. So thank you so much, Anders. Yes, there are alternatives. And I hold in my hand one alternative. This is the very first in the world carbon storage of a window frame. It's been produced by using carbon dioxide added with calcium oxide from the ash mountains surrounding Narva. What does it mean? It means that we have produced precipitated calcium carbonate. And this is extremely high quality. But we use two waste streams, CO2 in combination in this with calcium oxide. And I was invited by the French ministry when they ended the EU presidency in June through Grenoble when they held that INTEC 22 conference, European Commission's conference. And after my presentation, the head of science from Tarkett, that is a global partner to us, really talked about the high quality and the fantastic solution. And next to me, there was a plastic manufacturer from Netherlands. And he was stunned, and he asked, well, is it as pure as, or is it even better than? And then he talked about a conventional producer from limestone, where they dig it up from the mine. And he said, yes, I said, you heard, yeah, how much can I buy and when? So there are alternatives. And if I would like to talk about Tarkett as an example, Tarkett are a flooring company that are dedicated to make sure that the floors that you put on in your houses, in hospitals or whatever, they should be taken back and be produced to be new flooring again. So here we talk about an alternative permanent storage. But the good thing with this one, that we are not just storing carbon, we're also reducing a lot of carbon elsewhere. Because the next step, what we'll do in Estonia, is that we'll also be able to produce magnesium. Magnesium today are produced 96% in China by using coal. But here we have the potential with the first factory to produce 30% of the magnesium that Europe needs. So here we talk about huge savings. But we need to do both, or we need to do many more examples. So yes, there are alternatives.
Thank you, Per. And you're also driving the circular agenda quite heavily on Ragn-Sells. And I wonder if you also can see how we possibly can include carbon capture and also how we can measure our emission within the circular system in another way.
Yes, and we are not in a circular system yet, and that's the challenge. We are in a linear economy. That means that we have something called Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3, and that's what we're going to fulfill. But that's just reducing our problems. What I would like to make sure that we can implement in the future is something called Scope 4, making sure that we can set up innovations that will reduce emissions somewhere else. And when you talk about circularity, and here I would like to address again, not the mayors, but all ministers of environments in the world. If you want to reduce your environmental budget in your country, make sure that you enable circular solutions. Because the more we mine from our eco-loop, from our urban flows, the more you will reduce also your environmental impact. Here we talk about a solution that just need market price. So the environmental positive impact will be enormous. Less water pressure, of course, less CO2 emissions. And one example is that the amount of limestone that we can mine by adding CO2 into the calcium oxide is 200 years of limestone mining on the island of Gotland in Sweden. 200 years.
Thank you so much, Per. And Madeleine, I would like to turn to you. How can we ensure a more cost-efficient carbon capture process?
Yes, so when we look at carbon capture, first of all, what is Alfa Laval in this, right? So we are the world-leading producer in heat transfer technology. So we support our customers to save energy. So we utilize the energy we produce in the most efficient way. So every year, we support our customers to save 100 gigawatt of energy. So carbon capture is also a very energy-intense process, and we have to make sure that the carbon we capture are we doing in the most efficient way. So for example, we know that we can support the customers to reduce the energy need by 40%. It's both to make sure that we use the right technology, but it's also about sector coupling. So we have to make sure that we utilize the heat or the waste streams of energy that is available in the existing processes, whether that is steel, whether that is biomass, or wherever we are. So we have a system thinking approach in the way we utilize the energy.
Thank you so much. And how would you also think that we can accelerate the deployment of carbon capture technologies?
Yes, so first of all, I think we have to realize that carbon capture is, we are talking here about carbon removal, but carbon capture is also a lot of different technologies. And carbon capture is not new in that sense. It's been around for decades, but it has never really taken off. So for it to take off this time, we also have to make sure this becomes a business. It has to have revenues, it has to become a proper business. It cannot just rely on policies and subsidies. And I think we said many very good things in this panel, but I would like to add one part to it, and that is that we take a system thinking approach, that we think about the complete value chain. Because now we talk about the cost of capturing it, but we have to think about the cost of transport and the cost of storage. And only by looking at the complete value chain, that is how we can sort of unlock this sort of cost to come down. And we were talking about it before, but I mean, the key here is new collaborations and partnerships.
Thank you very much, Madeleine. And with that, I would like to hand over to you, Christian. You're often talking about and highlighting the importance of quality and also integration in carbon removal projects, and of course also the importance that we do not only reduce CO2 emissions first, but also how we can advance the carbon removal market. So I wonder, what is really the link in between the carbon accounting that you are working with at Normative? You are a carbon accounting consultancy agency, but also how do you then see the link in between carbon accounting and also carbon removal?
What a great question. So I'm going to try to link here what we have talked about so far with the topic of carbon accounting. So we help large businesses at Normative to account for their full carbon footprint, including their value chain. And the way I see it, that it links is that, you know, you have amazing solutions for removing carbon emissions from the atmosphere. Those solutions need to be scaled up. In order for that to happen, to Frederick's points before, we need markets, we need capital. But in order for any market to function properly, you need some sort of accounting. Look at financial markets today. The only reason that they exist is because of the invention of double entry bookkeeping and accounting. You have comparable P&Ls between legal entities, so investors can essentially look at companies in a comparable way. And we need the same thing for carbon emissions accounting. And we need it in two ways, right? So often what is happening right now is that businesses release a bunch of carbon emissions that they need to reduce. And they need to reduce it both in their own operations, but also in their value chain, their scope 3. And then there will always be a residual that they can't reduce, which is where you need some sort of removal. But we often talk about the multiplicatives between the accounting standards for setting the carbon baseline on what you need to reduce, but also having the right accounting standards for the removals themselves, namely the ton-year accounting. So to give a clear example, today we have several companies with kind of carbon neutral targets, and we see this over and over again, that there is an accuracy gap. So companies don't account for their full carbon footprint, and in general, they omit their scope 3 emissions. So you have a lot of businesses today that only account for 10% of their carbon emissions, and then they might invest in projects that make similar claims to what your projects are doing. They might invest in planting trees, for instance. But there's a huge difference between, removing carbon from the atmosphere and it's staying under the ground for tens of thousands of years, to planting a tree where it will maybe stay up for 20 years. So we really need accounting, both standardized accounting for the removals. We also need it to set the right baseline for companies. So in the end of the day, we have companies today today that might only actually remove 0.1% of their total emissions because they have the wrong baseline and they invest in the wrong things in order to reduce emissions. So that was a bit of a long spiel of how accounting fits into it all, but yeah.
I'm also wondering, how can we possibly then also make more data-driven decisions, and how can we make more fact-based decision? I mean, how do we know how much to buy, but also the accountability and also the integrity of those removals?
You need to look at a couple of factors, right? So, I mean, one is permanence. If I release carbon emissions, that emission will stay up there for hundreds and hundreds of years. So to just invest in something where it will stay, you know, for 20 years is not enough, so the permanence is really a factor, and there you should think about it in ton years, really. But then there is also the question of additionality, like, okay, if I make this investment into some sort of project, would that project have happened otherwise if it wasn't for that investment? And then especially in the kind of more carbon, not removals, but carbon offsets through forestry, there's the problem of leakage. I might, protect a piece of forest somewhere, and then the same landowner is cutting it down someplace else. So there's several of those things that you need to look at to have a kind of unified framework for accounting for removals and offsets, because right now people are confused on the market, and a lot of people might think they can spend $1 to $3 per ton to remove carbon emissions. It's because they don't understand the fundamentals.
Thank you, Christian. And what are your views on this, Anders?
On the last part?
Yeah.
Of course, I think it's important to understand the permanence of an action. And I think they're the permanent storage which we are talking about and are aiming for now. That, of course, you can tell that's on the right-hand side. That will be permanent store that will take away and remove CO2 for ever. And then you have solutions which are also important, but they will maybe just take away CO2 for a shorter period, then it will be emitted again. But I think we need to have possibilities to do both of these, or all of these, in order to reach the Paris Agreement. So I also can see, if I comment a little bit on what was Per and my ladies on the side, Helen say, it's definitely so that carbon and energy are the vital part for all life, more or less. So we can utilize carbon if we have captured it also in other processes. Of course we can, and we should do that also. And I think that is also promising. And the more we have this kind of alternative, the more projects of carbon capture can also be realized. So I think this gives also possibility. And if I look what we are aiming for as a forerunner, I could be scared when I listen to how we should increase the efficiency and things like that. But I think we have been thinking about the whole value chain. When we are looking at our project, we actually are increasing the efficiency. We are taking more heat out of the process, and we are not utilizing more biomass than before. So I think the whole value chain thinking is needed to be there. And then there will be alternative for next project, which I hope will be pretty soon in our operation. Then we maybe are going for utilizing it to produce products instead.
Absolutely, and I'm also thinking, we're talking a little bit about then the infrastructure, the regulations, the incentives and so forth, but I'm also having a question regarding the pricing. I mean, the price of both carbon capture, of course, but also the permanent storage that you are providing. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think many of you have been traveling to COP27, and many of you have maybe also climate compensated your journey to this place, and you can see that there are offsets which cost 100 Swedish crowns or $10, or there are other ways which are cost maybe $1,000 or $100. And I think this also will go for the removal in the end. There will be different parts invest in or which you can purchase, and there will be different prices. I guess that's the way the market will develop. But I don't think that is the most important when we are starting. I think the most important now is that we rapidly make sure that this will be a market. We need to have removal, and we need to start immediately to make that happen.
We have had several pioneering examples and technologies and methodologies being presented here, and we're currently at COP27, and I wonder what each of you are thinking in terms of what would be the key messages, but also the needs that you would like to require from the decision makers here at the COP27.
Well, in our case, when it comes to their project in Estonia, we need to make sure that we can have access to carbon dioxide. And that is our biggest challenge. Otherwise, I would say that collaboration with society, with other companies will be key. And I'm not surprised to say that one of the collaborators in the OSA project are also Alfa Laval. So reaching out to others and make sure that we have possibilities to do things together. And if I can address something, I would like to say that we are now looking for partners for the magnesium project. So if there are anyone seeing this, please contact us and make sure that you will be brought in like Alfa Laval.
Thank you, Per. So I would go like more on the policy side here. So I would say from our perspective, we see, if I can get one wish, it's about getting a long-term and transparent plan in place, because that will de-risk the investments and incentivize us as business to dare to take some of the decisions, right? And when you do so, do not just think about the capture of the carbon. Think about also the infrastructure and the storage part when we do the incentives plans.
Thank you, Madeleine. Christian.
My final words would be we need proper accounting to have functional markets. And I totally agree, we need many different approaches. But if we can find the right accounting procedures to compare them, because we all want to remove carbon emissions, we can figure out where we can get the best bang for the buck in the end. Yeah.
Thank you. Anders, what are your perspectives?
What I would like to add, maybe, I agree with what my panelists are saying, but I think that there are now time for the politicians to set the framework for Article 6 that will help a lot, and that will support nations, and that will support market. And I'm real optimistic when I listen to, for instance, Fredrik from Nasdaq, that there are a market. There is a growing market, which we also can clearly see. And I think the urgency, which we can also hear from other nations, that is also something which I bring with me, because that also gives me more motivation to actually accelerate what we are doing in order to set up this new industry, which I think is so crucial and can give so many new jobs and also create social benefits for so many people.
I definitely think that is a very great ending. I see that Per, you were presenting a little powder, and Madeleine, you presented this fossil-free heat exchanger, and you have something here as well. What is this?
Yeah, this is actually clear only CO2 in this bottle. So this is what we have taken out from our test facility, which has been running for 3 years now, and we can actually see that this is pure CO2, which we have compromised in this bottle.
Impressive. And I think that also is showcasing that these innovations are here today, the technologies are here today. So with that, I would need to, unfortunately, close this discussion. Thank you so much for participating. Thank you for everyone who tuned in, both virtually and also participated here in the pavilion. We have today been discussing the importance of the market framework for negative emissions and also the importance of cost-efficient carbon processes. And we are more than happy to have you all here today, and we hope that you will tune in for our next sessions, where we will continue discussing policies, innovations, and finance needed to accelerate the green transition and to pioneer the possible. Thank you so much for today. Thank you.
So I would like that you all introduce yourself and a bit of a take. Who is responsible for this? Is it the individual or in industry? Or should we play it in turns? So how do you look upon it? Please.
I'll go first then. I'm as head of sustainability and CSO of Alfa Laval. I think that it's both, but I'll get to that. But first of all, Alfa Laval, we are a technology leader within our core technologies, heat transfer, within separation and fluid handling, and those are very much behind the scene processes that you rely on every day, like for clean water, food and energy. And my thought on that, your question is that you can't separate them. There's a need in my mind for a huge systemic shift, and we as an industry leader are very much responsible together with our partners to contribute to that. And but I also see that all those that drive that transition are individuals. And when I talk to our employees, those that are committed on a streaming service with a global reach. So we have 450 million users, and that is really our kind of leverage and how we can drive change. And I really want to kind of tag on to what you were saying, because I think sometimes you get lost in this individual versus systemic change, and that we think it's kind of polarized. And I think we kind of, when we talk about individual action, it becomes too small and too kind of not impactful. You end up in kind of, should you recycle or not? And yes, you should, but that's not going to make the biggest difference. And sometimes also systemic change can feel too big to have an influence on. So to combine those, and to your point, I mean, where do your power lie? What is your superpower, and how can you use that to drive change? Both as an individual, maybe not recycling, but what you do at work, as you said, being committed, or you're as a voter, you're as in the society, how can you drive change there? And as companies, not only focusing, and of course we should all kind of limit our negative impact, but as importantly, how do we make sure that we use our superpowers to maximize our positive impact? So really about finding that kind of golden circle, where can we have impact, where do we have power, and that kind of intersection between individual and more systemic change. So both.
I don't know what to add after all of these great perspectives. I think I can reaffirm some of the thoughts that you've shared. I'm Malin Birch, I'm Head of Global Sustainability Innovation at MasterCard. And of course I could talk about the first in the payments industry having science-based target initiative approved carbon reduction targets, or the way in which we mobilize 3 billion people across a network of 22,000 banks. But I think for me as an individual sharing my answer, I'm more leaning actually towards you, Abba, in terms of all the roles that we have as individuals, and depending on where we are in the world, where we are in our life stages, but really using all of those roles as sisters, mothers, daughters, voters, leaders, co-workers, citizens, consumers. I mean, there are so many roles that we have, and there are so many decisions we take, big and small, every day. And it's in that we can drive and inspire and bring followership, both bring individual followership, but also industry followership, I think.
Thank you. Thank you so much for those lovely introductions and perspectives to start with. And you all represent very innovative companies that comes up with new innovations all the time and have a lot of processes in place to do that. How do you see, and could you provide an example of an innovation or innovative system that actually catalyze climate action?
Yes, I'll start then. We have at the core, as you say, innovation, and there are many, many different ones, and many are also, most of them are within partnerships. Like Ea said, we are partners. We drive innovation together with Tetra Pak. But to be very specific, we have, for example, within the clean tech industry and the energy transformation, we drive the innovation of fuel cells, or liquid wind is a partnership where we together create the possibility to get e-methanol to the market. And we have in the marine sector a partnership with Wallenius to get Ocean Bird, we call it, on the seas, which is driven by marine vessels driven by wind propulsion. That brings down the carbon emissions by 90%. We have in the food sector that we work with, that we innovate together with others for Wheeler, for example, plant-based food. We reduce the water in beer, making it much easier to transport, like 60% reducing the carbon emissions on that, but having the same taste. So I can just go on like this, because it's in everything we do, and I think it really is together also with the partners that we have that is the key to our success.
Can I ask a follow-up? Just how did you start? I mean, when did you start to have this as such an integrated part?
I should say that it probably started when Tetra Pak was kind of still the owner of Alfa Laval, right?
Probably.
That was just a joke.
Yeah, I would say that it is in our DNA, actually, because we are very most oftenly behind the scene in those processes that I mentioned. And we've always had to drive together our customers, together in partnerships, to make things work better, to reduce total cost of ownership, to make processes more efficient, etc. It's now that we see great elevation of those partnerships, and really want to do more, also on long-term commitments together with the partners that we have. So I think it's way back, and we've been innovating for the past almost 140 years.
Thank you. Malin?
I wanted to build on something that Anna shared in terms of actually going also beyond the industry that you're in. I think that there are so many ways in which you, with your capacity, can influence and inspire and build new standards or drive new initiatives even far beyond your industry. One example of that is with our Sustainability Innovation Lab in Sweden, we collaborate a lot with government agencies and with cities. And Umeå, as one of the net zero EU cities for 2030, they worked with us this year actually to look at spending data from tourists coming into Umeå, and for the first time, thanks to our collaboration with Economy, combining that with environmental impact of that spend. And this meant that for the first time in history, some teams in their organization or in the city could come together around a very different agenda. You could see the tourism team that is measured around growing tourism GDP meeting the climate team from the city measured on the net zero 20. Talk about different things in terms of how do we drive a decarbonized tourism, or what are the things we need to do for the events that we have for tourists that leads us towards a pathway for net zero. And I think in this capacity, what we at MasterCard did was just to do what we've done for so many.
I haven't heard about the kind of opportunities that we all have, and I think that needs to be much more clear, because it's also so much more fun, and it incentivizes kind of how can we do this as a business? How can we grow our businesses with the help of this and also add value in the world?
Absolutely. I think thinking out of the box in terms of the solutions and industry collaboration is something really to consider. And one thing that just came to my mind, of course, we have a lot of innovation stories from the technology or solutions perspective in the food systems, how to reduce food waste or food loss, or come up with alternative proteins which will replace animal proteins. But one very simple thing is that we are one of the world's largest packaging companies, and even if it was not really intended, we do have some packages here as well. And if you kind of revisit our package, you see that there's a lot of real estate in the package. So the package can speak to you, and as a consumer, it can actually provide you guidance and ideas of what you can do. And with different type of intelligent packaging, with RFIDs, etc., you can actually be a driver for change and just connect to from the package to your Spotify channel, where you link into the MasterCard, which is going to help you then connect to I don't know what at Alfa Laval.